round and a half then to try and keep themselves in it. So this round could decide 7 for ENCE or 10 for Big. So I mean, yeah, it's a big round and an immense moment. An immense moment. Bad puns.
Immense indeed. I really do think that. I mean, despite the fact that it worked out, I think Big got away with it a little bit. The two Rifle Guardians who were there to help keep Keto upright really did not do much for him. Forced the issue a bit too much. This time it's Searson with responsibility to site. They move Keto off of it because they've only got the one AWP, and they're going to put that in the hands of Searson. So off of his 4K, he gets the automatic cooldown of just not having the big green gun. And interesting as well, Searson's got all the utility for this site, which is a bit problematic when you consider the fact that he really just wants to stay scoped in. There's the kill, though. Now that util might come out, help provide them some space. He's got two teammates as well. This B site is closed for business, but they're eventually going to want to come back to it. They've got the split. Or, no, the wrap onto A is coming now. Yampi's going to get position. Someone's got to be watching this. Zenteras is out in the open, though, awkwardly in the pit. He's not going to get much before he falters. Damage done from the second pit player, but now position given away and control of the graveyard. Yampi's just going to come up and over and try and do more. Yampi loses his life somehow. Tizian is staying alive. He's done so much to make it a 3v2. Bomb is now down, but once again, a retake made winnable by a hero play from the back of the site. Ariel and Sunny going to take the fight towards lane as Sunny wants to get aggressive and take one of these players before they get into position for the multi-kill. Tabson out the balcony. A molly in makes Ariel uncomfortable. He doesn't have the health to sit in this. He's lost his life. It's all on Sunny. He'll get the first, but not the turn. And that is going to be a 9th round for Big. And with it, as you said, the money a bit in a dumpster for ENCE. They've got the loss bonus, so they'll be able to get something going here, but it's looking very good for Big to potentially take double digits in this first half.
Yeah, as you said, the extra $800 from the bomb at least, giving them enough to maybe get some nades out behind whatever weaker weapons they force in, but it shouldn't really be rifles unless you maybe see Ariel go for an AK in body armor. You could see a couple of Galils perhaps. But as I said, at least a couple players needing to go for those weaker weapons so that they can have some sort of nades. And yeah, they decide on the one AK in body armor on Ariel. Pistols then elsewhere. It's a Tech 9, a couple Deegs, and one Mac 10 for Sunny. So I mean, it's not the worst buy we've ever seen. We might see something a bit quicker here, I would imagine, from them, as they actually bring most of their players around second mid. Molly towards the top of Banana, just stop the CTs from peeking in the beginning and finding too much info, but they will get info as they hear all of those footsteps coming up close towards middle, and a decently timed nade. Doesn't do all that much damage, but it does a little bit to help, especially with the MP9 being Tizian's weapon of choice, isolating the initial fight even over towards long. The rest of the ENCE players just been a bit slow to initially follow up, but Alu, he gets one. Ariel then swings in on the AK, and again it falls to the man in the pit. This time though, it's Xanter's.
They know he's here, but there's only so many ways he can stay alive. And this is awkward. Tabson doesn't have bullets, but the op shot's missed. Okay, eventually Tabson goes down. It's left to Keto in the clutch. Keto was the hero, but not this time. The headshot is there, but it's not an AK. It's an M4. And so ENCE will at least get this 6th round. We have another 9-6 split. Shades of Dust 2 here. Shades, well, actually, Shades of Nuke on the 9-6. This time it was ENCE starting out on the CT side, or rather Big starting out on the CT side. We'll see if it's enough, if we can continue the narrative of Nuke, or if maybe ENCE can flip it this time around on their own defense.
Yeah, and that's a question we're going to have answered pretty soon, but that'll be after the break, guys. Do stick around. We'll be back in just a few minutes. Alright guys, we're back. As I said, just a couple of minutes on the halftime, but we don't have much time to really discuss anything because already there is so many players around the top of Banana having a bit of a scrap, which seems to be initially going in favor of the T side actually. Not going poorly at all for the boys over on Big, but as you can see they also have a player deep in towards the spawn. Sirison actually managing to catch the rotator, and they finally dealt with the player that was in towards the back of the bomb site. I have some floating stickers and such on guns.
Always a good time.
Yeah, we might have to get a rejoin soon for that, but we'll wait until there's a bit of downtime.
I personally enjoy that visual bug when the sticker just floats like a foot above the gun. It's the magic sticker. Levitation enabled. But yeah, this is a great start for Big. Obviously, they get the double digits right off the back of the pistol round. We're going to have a force buy in from ENCE, as we've come to expect from ENCE. We've got the scout on Alu. Could be a bit of a difference maker. There's the spot. Not the shot, though. Doesn't connect, and they'll be able to get around into Banana. So now they've got a lot of space, a lot of pace that they can bring over towards that B bomb site. And there's a decent amount of utility. I think even a nade. But that nade's not going to connect. It was used a little bit too early. They've got smokes available to slow things down. But if Yumpy goes looking for this without the smoke, he might lose his life before he gets a chance to use it. There's the flash. Doesn't work. That's one smoke wasted. That's another smoke wasted as Tizian gets a kill as well. And bodies are just starting to drop. Sunny. Oh, he's not going to get to use his smoke either. No one's using a smoke. I think he actually picked one up off the body. I don't know why I'm fixating on the lost smokes in this round. But it just feels like the important.
When you buy them up and don't get to use them, it is obviously a bit of a waste, but they kind of just got destroyed, so I don't think there was much to be said. Well, I mean, it was the force buy, so obviously they wanted more than just a single frag, but yeah, it was only just the force buy as well, so you have to remember that they only had mostly pistols across the board, so not too surprising that Big were able to pick that one up. But now they get 12, and as that next gun round comes out, rather, it could be a decider for ENCE. If it goes the way of Big, at that point they'll probably be on 14-6. And although we've seen a near incredible comeback back on the first map of the series by ENCE, they did of course fall short then, and yeah, I mean, it wouldn't be an easy task here on Inferno either, but this mid push, it was kind of obliterated by the nade in the beginning, and it really just weakens all those players up for Tabson, and for the SMG in particular, just so that he can build some bank. There we go, 12-6, not a single casualty. I don't even think any damage was done.
So smooth sailing through this first couple of rounds. You expect them to be smooth, but ooh, Big do make them look good. It's just the car and cruise control, right? Steady pace, roll right into it. Now we see if ENCE might be able to make that a bit of a rockier ride. Now that they got the AWP out, now that they got the utility. A little bit of a mix-up in spawn means that we're definitely not going to get the fast peek for Alu. He got caught up on a teammate, so we shouldn't see that rapid off shot. He's thinking about it, though. He's thinking about that mid peek. Oh, he's going for it. The slow check in towards underpass. Not going to be anyone home. Instead, it seems like they're going to pressure Banana early on, which means that all weight is on Yumpy. He knows they're coming, but he's got one through smoke. That's Keto claimed. Perfect timing on the flashbang as well. Keeps him alive as Searson was trying to chase. And Searson down on the dirt. This bonus round off to a terrible start here. Smoke might trigger Sunny to peek in, and the timing couldn't be any better. Sunny with a lockdown. Tizian doesn't look like he's going to get much of anything at all. He will take one, a second as well. Okay, the Galil spray works out. At least he's done some damage. The round, likely not obtainable, especially with 12 points of health, but at the very least, he can make this costly. They're coming up on his flank. He's got to go quick if he wants to try and get this pressure onto Alu, maybe a bomb plant. But the more time he delays, he gets the upgrade here. They're going to be wrapping him. Now there's all sorts of bodies at home, and Alu will not miss. So 7th round for ENCE, but a little bit of damage on the tail end there for Big, I think, keeps them in this and keeps that pressure on for the finish side.
Importantly, as you would say, that was the bonus round as well from Big. So yeah, I mean, they're not too worried. I mean, it was probably a little bit scary when they got obliterated in the beginning, but as soon as Tizian recovered those 2 frags, you think, yeah, no, that's pretty good. Pretty good damage. They'll be able to now, hopefully, well, at least they'll be thinking, hopefully they'll be able to now bounce back immediately, and of course just break down the economy of ENCE with that. But we'll see if that'll happen. Obviously, ENCE, they're looking to try and get it going right now, and if they do end up taking this one, I mean, maybe another bike could be scraped out in the following by Big, but it wouldn't be quite as strong, and it would be ENCE's chance to really start building back into this game. Yumpy just about survives, thankfully, as that second molly actually disappeared. 11 health, though. That's not too good, but at least elsewhere, Alu does give them the actual first blood itself. Does he know a player has creeped out long? There was a lot of jumping going on by Tizian, so I feel like the steps may have been heard, but they decide to go aggressive down Banana. This round is crazy right now. A free kill for Sunny from behind as well. Oh, he goes for the knife. Will he get the kill? Not quite, but he doesn't get taken down himself. I suppose that's the main thing in the end. What a weird round, man. Oh, the molly.
What a huge missed opportunity for Sun. You pull out that knife, you better hit it. He's eventually going to get the kill. Okay, so no harm, no foul, apparently. But it would have been poetic just if Searson had gotten that kill onto him. Tizian's got all the positioning in the world. Unfortunately, he doesn't have the bomb. So there's not a whole lot he can do about this positioning. They may have forgotten he could be over here. That's really the one silver lining for him. Maybe he can get back towards that parcel of C4 or do some damage on the route to it. But this is not looking great for them. Tizian gonna get caught by Sergey as well, who realizes where he's likely is. And now it's just 4 rounds separating these two teams. We've got some money for Big. I think we'll see an investment back through here. Xantares will be limited, but he's got enough that it should be fine. Are they really going to go for the save here?
I like it. I didn't think they would. You don't think most teams would. I mean, it's 12-8.
They've got rifles on 4 players.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose you're right about that. I was thinking maybe it's just because Xantares in particular, they want him to be on the full buy. I was also thinking, though, as long as they can get to 3 kills here or so, then they're pretty good. Yeah, no, more so I get where they're coming from. I didn't expect that, as I said, but I get where they're coming from, trying to keep the pressure on. Don't give an opportunity, because if they did buy, then in the following round, if they did lose it, at that point they definitely would be looking at an eco, then there's a chance for ENCE to go back up to double digits. So I get where they're coming from. I don't know if it's the best decision. That's up to them to decide. They're the ones playing. But there is a chance it could work out. A chance, I say, though, because very quickly it's beginning to diminish. Indeed it is. Alu has easy pickings over on long. Eventually 1 kill comes back, but it's just that, at least just that initially. Tizian gets himself 1 more. If they can get 1 more frag here, if Keto can drop another player, then at that point it would be very, very worthwhile. But yeah, no, they don't manage to do that. So 2 kills, I mean, it's okay, but it's not as much as they would have been hoping for. So now they need to bounce back on this gun round.
So we talked about it. Everyone seems to have had their chance in the cellar and their chance to shine. This time it's Tizian's chance to shine. He's 22, 5, and 12. Obviously, they just lost that round, but he brought back 2 kills. He's had a bunch of rounds like this where, and it's especially impressive when you consider the fact that he, especially on the defensive side, was the player always taking the hit when they needed an inferior weapon. He was the guy picking up the MP9 in multiple rounds, just doing the dirty work, picking up the utility when they needed the utility, setting them up for it. We're going to have deep banana control here for the ENCE side. Going to be taking some space. Shots out. Tabson through the smoke. Finds Yampi. So that is a nice blessing for this big squad. An advantage early and for free. And nothing ENCE can do about that. Seems like we're going to get an A hit off the back of that. There's only 2 players in as they split the defense to mount towards either side. It's going to be a fast flank on. But if they lose their presence early, this is very tough for the A-side defenders. Sergey has to hold strong. And, well, he cannot do that. So it's all onto the pit player now. And it's just going to be Aerial from the pit. He'll tap and get his bell rung. Sight taken. This is likely a save now for ENCE.
Yeah, their money isn't great. I mean, they would have enough for a buy maybe, but Aerial, as you can see, is going to need a drop. So saving over the weapons, it does make sense, especially with Alu having the op. Sunny then probably could be the one to drop an M4 maybe, but I'd say it would probably be Alu more likely with the extra bit of money, depending on if he wants to retain that extra, of course, towards the op or not. But they should be able to save. I wouldn't imagine Big will go out on the hunt right now. They themselves wanting to try and retain all 4 that they have left standing. But they've done it, and they've been able to come back in on this gun round. We had mentioned that it was pretty important, especially after they went for the eco in that round before and gave ENCE the opportunity to get back up to their 9th already. You didn't want them to be bringing things back to double digits and then probably 11 off the back of winning this gun round. So it keeps Big in a relatively comfortable position. But ENCE, as we said, with the save, they'll be buying right back in, and they don't want to give away this control right now. It could be kind of a similar position to what we've seen back on Dust 2, unfortunately, where ENCE, they get some momentum going, but they just never really built up quite enough of a stable economy. But they have it for now. This is it, though. This has to be their round, otherwise Big will be looking at map point, and with that, of course, serious point as well. This is an interesting setup. 4 players around A right now, actually, in the beginning.
Yeah.
For that CT side. Not too common.
No, I don't know whether they were anticipating a bit of a faster play off of this or whether this was just a gut check call, but this is such a massive stack. I think the idea is that it's a retake setup. You can see how far back Yampi is playing on the B site. He'll just use utility to slow things down if the hit does come his direction, and they might even just wind up punting on the round if he gets taken down with no response. Otherwise, they go for the retake B. But fortunately for them, Big are at least exploring the possibility of an A take. As I say that, though, they find the apartments control and they say, well, that's good enough for us. Let's back off. Real estate price is a little high. You know, we don't really want to go beyond the apartments. Instead, if they come into B, they're going to find light presence. Now the fourth player rotates back. So you're going to be able to support a second player on site. Alu coming in as well. It's that AWP. It's that big green gun as Sunny will get more aggressive. The two veteran players of this squad starting to make some noise, and Alu is going to take the first pick. So opportunity missed for Big to find that vacant site. They've gone a bit too slow, a bit too timid, a bit too cautious. Now they got to contend with two. Sunny, the player on site, he's got to get it going. He's got one, but traded. Still an advantage here, and Alu continues to enforce that, continues to drop bodies. Alu making it happen. God, Alu on the server. 4 kills for him and 10 rounds for ENCE.
Absolutely fantastic from Alu. He hasn't been bad throughout the series by any means, but he hasn't been quite at the same level he was at points on Dust 2, where he was just the sole man kind of carrying ENCE through rounds. It hasn't been needed as much, of course, on Nuke and Nahir and Inferno as well, but yeah, when he's able to step up like that, it's what turns the tide, and it gives an opportunity for ENCE to keep on building back into this one, of course. They didn't quite break down the economy a bit completely with that. They are able to scrape out an investment, but it's just that they scrape it out. It is not perfect. They have a couple weaknesses, and they already have one player gone, but Tabson just about got his AK back out in time. There, it looked like he might have been fallen victim to the MP9 as well. I mean, but even with the trade, just look at the health of Tabson, and then also Tizian, who I'm guessing got naded down or something. I'm not sure exactly what happened to him.
I believe so. Either that or a little bit of spam damage coming through on this side. Whatever it is, Tizian's not going to be long for this world. Oh, it's Sergey. Locking this down. No room on the lane. No space out the balcony. Nothing easy doing here. And there's a player all the way in the back lines that they're not aware of. Santeras thought he checked it, but how would he expect Sunny to go all the way back in the spawn? So if they rotate out towards B, no dice there. And it allows the 3 players to play on towards site. You've got Alu sort of holding off in the library, off of the library, watching for a player to come around from Arch. There's no easy path here. And everyone from ENCE is hidden, is disguised. They're under camouflage, if you will. It's going to be very tough to sniff them out. Meanwhile, the 2 actual site defenders are in the pit. So there could be a bit of a crunch back in, but by the time that happens, Alu can swing back out of library and start to support. This is a great setup for ENCE. They have really built a strong defense here. Nice smoke. It's going to be the wraparound. It's going to be the isolation on the fight with the pit player, but Ariel gets one. That's all he needed to do. He's going to lose his life. It puts Zantares in a 1v2. 18 seconds. Zantares wants to tap his head, but Alu's just baiting him. He doesn't want to give him the fight. He doesn't want to give him the kill. There's going to be the pressure. Bomb plant likely coming in, but by the time that happens, oh, he's on fire. He's burning. Alu's got the kill. So the money does come through. But by not giving him the fight, Alu never gives Zantares the possibility of winning the round.
No, it was just all about wasting that time as long as possible, as you said, and yeah, it works out well. That Molotov was fantastically placed. There was just absolutely zero that could be done from Zantares. And ENCE now, they're only within 2 rounds here. Should be potentially brought within 1. I mean, there's 2 players looking at an eco on the side of Big, so we likely will see it because of it. Because of that, and indeed some pistols, whatever they can buy up is being purchased, so they still have a chance to keep the pressure on. But at this point, that's becoming slightly less important because the money is beginning to build up at least on a few of those players over on the ENCE side. Although they obviously still want to try and take this round as cleanly as they can, as you always do. Good for the confidence as well as the economy. But here we go, another quick mid play coming in. Tabson leading that charge out through the smoke. The bomb quickly following up behind as well as they bring it around in through long. And for the moment, there's only 2 players on the bomb site itself. They've been able to isolate these players. The Tech 9, it does find the first blood in favor of Big, but it doesn't last very long. Ariel from the bomb site comes up huge as he finds a hat trick. And although we will see good damage across the board with more kills being found for Big, the main thing is ENCE managed to win out the round and bring themselves with that to within just 1 in the difference.
Ooh, do you feel this wind changing? It really does feel like we're just getting this ENCE breeze coming in, and it's just completely changed the atmosphere in this game. Before, even when they were winning rounds, it's like, okay, well, Big are battling this back, we can get something. But this spate of 3 rounds has really felt like a tonal shift in the game. And you're starting to really see a strength and finish side and some confidence coming in for them as well. They're changing up their setup. They're quite comfortable. This could be interesting. I think that a lot rides on this round. obviously of the immediate economic future, but just momentum in general. I think Big really need to stop here, or at least a tight round to fight. Otherwise, we're just going to see ENCE sweep away with this one.
It's looking like Alu might be tested around mid pretty soon. He obviously hears a lot of steps out on second mid at the moment. Oh, the barrel. Oh, could this be working as a bit of a bait? Maybe the issue is they don't actually have anyone ready in Boiler to follow up. That could have been the perfect kind of approach to that situation. But they do bait out Alu's shot importantly and then manage to catch the secondary up over towards Long. Alu had repositioned himself into Moto, but he's only able to get the one, then gets smoked and forced back around the corner. And he's not quite able to catch the timing on shot, but they maybe were giving him another chance there. I was a little bit scared by Keto, not gonna lie, but he makes it work for the frag. He escapes back into Boiler, and importantly gets the info about where both of these final players are. He really shouldn't be giving them chances, to be fair, now that he knows.
That kill might actually bait them back into this retake, but I think it's a bad idea. Oh, they're going to do it because Sunny swapped back to the M4. They're going to attempt it. Time is ticking low. They do have the kits. They do have a smoke. But they better get these kills instantly. That's the first one. Yampi has it. Oh, he pulls out the utility at just the wrong time. He's getting spammed down through the hate cart, and down he goes. That was a bit of a false lure for Sunny. He gets that kill with the op, and suddenly it's like, well, we could retake this. It's a 2v3. We've done these before. But no, it's the big punishment in, and the money, it's kind of in the dumpster here for ENCE. They don't have much. They're going to scrape a buy together, it seems. But Big now, off of their one-round win, have reset the momentum, have reset the economy quite a bit. And if they can take this, that's map point, and it's no cash for ENCE.
Yeah, I mean, Big wouldn't have the greatest economy either if they were to lose this one. So it's a situation that could be awkward for both. Obviously, Big have a little bit more loss bonus to their name, but even then, this round carries a lot of weight for both sides. But you can see with that, at least for Big, they don't want to be taking too many risks early on. Saracen actually ends up getting caught there as Alu peeks in towards middle, so even without taking risks, while holding incredibly passive, they still end up losing that first player. So a good opening for ENCE, and one that's very much needed when you have a couple of weaker weapons in play with the MP9 and the FAMAS. Even things up just a little bit. Now they're sitting with a 5-on-3 pretty comfortably. They don't have to force the issue at all. They can sit back and just conserve what limited utility they had, which includes a few Molotovs. Who's over on B right now? It is Sunny. So yeah, Sunny indeed does have a Molotov to try and delay a bit further once this hit comes in, as well as a flash.
And they've got a smoke on Yampi as well. So they've got a lot of delay utility available. I'm surprised. Okay, you hear the T utilities coming in. There's, yeah, Alu's going to rotate. I was going to say, I'm surprised the op hadn't come over yet. Now it's certainly going to be on. Tons of utility gets dumped just to hold them at bay. Now Big are going to make the move. They've got to go for the re-smokes, though. That cross-smoke's still up critically, but they're going to re-smoke it, give themselves extra time. Big kill on the first. Do they predict the second? They should. Sunny's ready for it. He's revealed his position. Now the hurt can come in, but Santeras is focused on the player coffins at the wrong moment. Time becoming an issue. Those smokes will fade, but Tizian's worked his way into church. Alu down. Now they just have to clear Sunny. And they know it. His teammate shot him? What was that? It works. Tizian gets the kill, so all's fair. No problem. There's the flash out, and there's the kills. The last is in. Map point secured by Tabson. A 3K for Tizian. This man has been a god for his team here on Inferno. And that is map point secured with 3 shots added and no money for the Finnish squad. They have made such a run through this series. This has been an absolute slog throughout here, Dean. But it all comes down to this. And when we come to the finish line, it seems like the Finns have run out of fuel.
Yeah, I mean, it's heartbreaking. It's what happened on Dust too. They were so close to that comeback, ended up dropping 16-14, and unfortunately, they might not end up coming out with the series here as Inferno is not going their way. But it's not quite over. The most difficult of these remaining 3 rounds would be this one. If they manage to get it here and now, then the economy of Big is ruined. They have a chance to go ahead and bring it back to the overtime. But Xanthars, of course, he doesn't want to let that happen already. The opening kill going in favor of Big, and it's been extended even further. Catching Sergey just as he put that smoke down. The A bomb site is going to fall, and it looks like ENCE are too.
Ariel in the bedroom. I do like this play. It could get cheeky. Find the gap between them. Come back to it. Does he win the duel, though? No, he does not. And that's going to be it, folks. All the cards fall on the table at once, and it is Big to triumph. So Big secure their spot in the seeding. That was what they were playing for here with seeding. Everyone had already made the playoffs, but Big have now secured, I believe, the 2nd seed of the group. There's no possibility that they get leapfrogged. And it's just going to be up to that heroic OG match, which I don't know if that's been played out yet, to determine who the last player in Group A is, the last team coming through. You got the results? Hit us with them.
Which one was it?
It was heroic OG.
Heroic and OG. I am looking right now. Scroll down. No, I don't think it... Oh, yeah, it has. It was 2-0 to Heroic. It was a while back.
Okay, Heroic are your fourth group, or your fourth team in Group A. That determines it. OG are out, I believe.
Yeah, I mean, okay, well, that's interesting. As we had also mentioned, all teams definitely wanted to avoid the fourth seed in Group A, because that means that they'll probably be going up against ASTRALIS, then going into the playoffs. But yeah, I mean, making it true, that's the main thing that Heroic would have been looking for there. So congrats to them on that victory, of course, and congrats to Big on their victory here over ENCE. But that's not the end of it tonight for us, guys. We do have another matchup coming. I'm sure most of you guys know about it. It's NiP versus Fnatic. But it'll be interesting, of course, with Knock no longer there. They have Tress stepping in over on the side of NiP, and it'll certainly put a little bit of a dampener maybe on the Swedish showdown, but I still think it's going to be a very exciting game, guys. So do make sure you stick around. We'll be back in, I think, around 20 or so minutes with that game. So go get your snacks, go get your water refilled, your drinks or whatever. And as always, make sure you hit that follow button as well above the stream, and check us out with !caster in the chat if you're enjoying the stream so far.
With the right CPU, you can turn any game from familiar to phenomenal. Unleash the potential in all your gaming with Intel 10th Gen processors. With its optimal balance of threads, cores, and frequency to deliver elite real-world performance, only Intel can bring Marvel's Avengers to life with in-game PC optimizations. Supercharge your Marvel's Avengers experience with Intel Core i5, i7, and i9 processors.
What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
it but never run. I would take on anyone. I got a feeling that it's just begun. It's my I got a feeling that it's just begun. It's my I got a feeling that it's just begun. Oh, can you hear me? I think I'm still alive. High up in the clouds and I'm never gonna come back, never gonna come back down. I won't hesitate. I will never fall behind. Spare me the details. I got big things on my mind. Hello, can you hear me? I think I'm still alive. High up in the clouds and I'm never gonna come back, never gonna come back down. Hello, can you hear me? I think I'm still alive. High up in the clouds and I'm never gonna come back, never gonna come back down. There's no more time or space for mundanities, but I can turn away. It's my name they're calling out. I didn't go here for the cloud. I came to scream, I came to shout. I'm not dead yet. Embrace your destiny, slay your enemy, raise a legacy. No more apologies, trust your abilities, gather the energies. Pull yourself back together, been staying off track forever. Child of the nation, go seek redemption, time for salvation. Today is meant to be day of victory, time for history. Reverse a tendency, fight the entropy, channel your rivalry. You're praying for fortune to come, you're hearing the sound of the drums. It's too late to backtrack, but back your back now. Keep your feet on the road and stand up. You've got what it takes to fight back. Don't stop until you black out, 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 out. Stand up, up. You've got what it takes to fight back, back. Don't stop until you black out, out. Give all you got, show them how to make a miracle. Stand up, up. You've got what it takes to fight back, back. Don't stop until you black out, out. Give all you got, show them how to make a miracle. Go save your team, be a hero. Take home the cup, be a star. The and show them who you are. Stronger, gotta go faster, gotta get better, gotta work harder. It's fight or flight now, getting it up now. Go with the move, go for the goal, lead up the stadium, you know how it's done. Stand up, go when it takes to fight back, back. Don't stop until you back out, out. Give all you got, show them how to make a miracle. Stand up, go when it takes to fight back, back. Don't stop until you back out, out. Give all you got, show them how to make a miracle. Stand up, you've got what it takes to fight back. Don't stop until you black out, out, out. Stand up, go when it takes to fight back, back. Don't stop until you back out, out. Give all you got, show them how to make a miracle. Stand up, go when it takes to fight back, back. Don't stop until you back out, out. Give all you got, show them how to make a miracle. She doesn't have the time, always talks about all the other guys. Will I ever understand? Without her, it's not fair, I need you back. No more crying at the end, I'll do it again. I told you I was lonely, laughing, get out my head. It's the adrenaline running through my gait. It gets me high, high, high. Got no time to waste. Ain't got time for small talk. I tell you the truth. I'm faster than you. I'ma tell you the truth. Not in it to lose, just faster than you. Look into my eyes. I'm not afraid. Take over my mind till it fades.
All right, everyone, welcome back. It's time for the second matchup of the day. It's the Swedish showdown between NiP and Fnatic, and we're right into it. It's going to be Nuke to kick things off. Of course, it's Mike and myself to bring you through the action, and this should be a banger, despite the fact that, of course, we have to mention the coach having to step in for NiP.
Yeah, threat in the server is going to be an interesting thing to keep track of. Apparently, it's going to be a fast start for Fnatic, but we get a bit of an answer. Threat himself making some noise, so maybe not much of a limitation here. We'll have to keep track of that one. Dooley's out for Brolin. Love to see that. Big fan of Dooley players. Just makes things spicy. And Threat's taking control towards lower from the ramp. There's still a player with the bomb, mind you, hanging out outside. Hampus, meanwhile, thinking about trying to make his way down, but Crims will deny that thought. Shuts him down immediately. Threat's made so much of a path through. And there's going to be the squeaky door opening. Now they're going to get the kill. Oh, this could have been huge for Threat, but he knows that both are here. Plopsky, if he gets back up, might just have time for the bomb plant. Got to turn around, just wait for them to come up the vents. JW is going to bait him a little bit. He's trying to bait him back. He wants the round. He doesn't just want the plant. He wants everything, and he will get nada as a result. Crims connecting for another dome shot of 4K in total on that pistol round, and Fnatic out to the first start.
Yeah, starting things off well, and that was actually despite the initial kill there being found by Hampus as well towards outside. It was just then the immediate counter-aggression from Fnatic then towards lobby. Worked out well, and yeah, managed to come out on top of that 2 versus 2. As you said, a bit unfortunate for Tret there. He had a strong position. If he had have gotten at least one of those kills, at that point it would have eased up so much pressure then for the ability for the bomb even to be planted up on A. But of course that didn't happen. Instead we see NiP being willing to just go ahead and take themselves an eco right now. There's a deagle bot up for Hampus. He has body armor behind it as well. That's just thanks to the frags he was able to find, of course, giving him a bit of extra money. Elsewhere it is just Glock. So I'm really not expecting much, if anything, to be found in this round for NiP. Fnatic definitely aiming to try and keep everyone alive. And we might see Brolan with this shotgun having a bit of a chance in a while, maybe. For the moment, though, not really much going on around lobby. There is one player up on the roof and waiting to see if he drops down, but of course the main action, it is going to be focused towards outside.
Just need to know if Brolin's going to make that money with the XM. Nuke the map. That is most prone to shotgun play, especially around hut, around that squeaky door. There's so many different angles that you can hold with that approach towards the A-bomb site or getting in towards vents. It's a spicy gun. It's a spicy gun. They've gotten over and around many, but Golden's going to deal with them, and Flush is there to support as well, so no problems here. Quick extermination. Threat, the last survivor, has once again walked his way into ramp. But what can we expect from the coach? No armor and a Glock. This would be 3 memes in one if he managed to somehow pull something off, and that won't happen. It's Flusha with the 2K, and Fnatic with the 2-0. This time with 4 players alive as well, so quite a comfortable start for them. The guns will be out for NiP. And this is an interesting matchup, Dean, because both teams are eliminated from the playoffs. They cannot progress. They just did not do well enough in the group stage. But there's a lot of pride on the line as to who's going to be the best Swedish team. And whenever these 2 teams meet, you know there's going to be sparks.
Oh, yeah, I mean, just the brands against each other in general have a big history. And, of course, just some of the players, anyway, over on NiP. Tret, you can go back a little while for him, of course, having the old boys, having some competition up against Fnatic. So there definitely is a lot on the line, even if, as we said, it doesn't really matter too much in the overall standings of the group, considering both, unfortunately, are already down and out. That's interesting. I don't know how Golden didn't spot Plopsky above the smoke right there, but thankfully JW, he is there to go ahead and recover the situation quite well, actually coming out with a hat-trick. Thankfully so, because Crims had also been dropped. So a man advantage for now, and it's Flushy who's been tested on ramp. Both of those remaining teams moving in. The first one to be dropped, but the follow-up at least ready from Twist. And now he has a 1-on-2. Unfortunately already tagged up, but it's very winnable at this point. But does he expect his flank? It looks like he does. He has the crosser in the right position. And Twist, a ridiculous headshot onto Brolin. The game sense on point. As NiP, they find that opening gun round, and it didn't look like they had any business doing so. Well, other than that opening kill, which was a little bit interesting. But JW, he's going to be feeling a bit down about not being able to win that round.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a little disappointing for them. They had such a lead. And when one of the remaining two players is the coach as well, you expect that you might just be able to take it. But Twist playing so well off of his teammate and then also just seeing it through individually. So nicely played. Good awareness. I love the smoke onto the Molotov to suggest that he might have gone through it and gone towards ramp. And then playing it back for the bait. I even think it got red in that instance because I think he was spotted just going around the corner. But I like that thought for the future. Really like that attempt at the play. Two players going to push secret. You've got the one rifle here on Golden, then you got JW behind him to pick up the gun should he falter. Golden's going to get one kill. Pushed back out by the Molotov, though. He will burn. Now the question is, can JW get his mitts on that rifle? He can indeed. So that's recovered. That's going to be taken through, and Hampus is going to lose his life as a result. It's like a clown car. You kill one, another pops out.
Like, where are they all coming from? Yeah, at this point, though, they don't really need to keep on forcing the fight from Secret or anywhere. They want to be a little bit more cautious, especially when they have damage towards Plopsky already. Are they aware is the question. Nice little double up on the scouts, though. As Trek goes down, Crims is there to go ahead and drop Twist as well, and yeah, it's all left onto the man who I had already mentioned was tagged up. So Plopsky, 32 health, 4 opponents, and just the Galil to try and really salvage anything in this situation, which isn't going to happen. There was actually one man still chilling down towards Secret, of course. So ready for that vent rotation. 3-1. Fnatic going to be able to bounce back, and with that now, NiP only, of course, been able to live with the one player in that previous round, but it coming down to Twist having the clutch out. They are just left with absolutely no money. They'll spend all of it, as you can see. They're able to get one AK at least on Hampus. They got Lil for Twist, but other than that, just pistols and pretty much no nades.
I'd like to see them use Threat as a bit more of a trade piece. I'm noticing that he's alive late in a lot of rounds, and that seems odd to me. I mean, I think he's done decently filling in for them in terms of the numbers he's been able to put up in the past, but I'm going to be able to mitigate that. This time it seems like he's going out first. He had the one smoke, there's the second smoke, and the molly and a secret to ruin their day. What are you going to do here? Almost wondering if a foot might be visible through the bottom of those smokes. Not going to happen. There is a gap. Now Golden, they can get down. So the molly just slowed them down, but it did allow JW to get in a position. And JW should be very well positioned for this. He's got the threat above, but it's up to him to get a multi-frag here, or at least get the kill and fade away. Oh, they're coming around. There's also this threat up top. The two rifles are going to be spotted. That's a big kill, though, for Hampus. That might rotate them back up, though, if they want to take some vent control and then do the pop-up up vent. That's a good option as well. Meanwhile, the outside guys are going to be working their way into position slowly but surely. Getting some ground towards heaven, clearing that out. Hampus getting the information. I think this is definitely going to wind up, or at least is intended to wind up being a pop-up the vent ladder.
It's a good way to close in the distance with those pistols. But, of course, as we can see, there is going to be still a bit of resistance down around the stairs before they can actually get towards the vents themselves. And, yeah, JW finding one, immediately being forced back off. Up on the upper half of the map, though, Fnatic not really having the same level of success, and it ends up being that split towards B instead. Using the ramp to get down, the bomb was dropped, so it'll delay a couple of extra seconds and allow for Fnatic to position themselves. But the bomb, it is going to go down relatively comfortably, and with that, give time now for NiP to set up on the after plant. But let's see, Brolin and Crims. Brolin at least is healthy. Crims has the kit and some nades there as well to work with. But will they be able to deal with the crossfire right now that's prepared? Twist flashed back off the angle, but as I said, the crossfire is ready. Tre had to be dealt with first. They're going to use them as the bait there, as you said that you wish they would. and it worked out well, but it's still Brolin. Can he find anything here as he goes up towards where both players are situated? And the answer is no. Twist ends up just finishing it off on his own as teammate Stead tucked in the corner, and with that NiP, they managed to trade it back again. A back and forth affair, rather, here in the opening rounds. But considering now NiP have been able to win it back out once again, of course that means that Fnatic being on the CT side with a very fragile economy, they can't afford that great of a force buy if they want to fight back in again. So you might just see them take that eco.
Oh,
Okay,
they're
gonna go for it.
They're gonna do it.
They were
this
all
is interesting.
above 2,000. I think they're about 2,400 minimum
Ooh,
on some. So I mean, yeah, they wouldn't have had the greatest of buys if they took the eco, but we'll see what they can manage to do. One M4, a few pistols, and already one casualty.
Twist has gotten a kill outside of one of his clutches. We'll see if he's again going to get a multi-kill, because it seems like it's early, but so far, if he gets a kill, he's getting many, and they're winning the round. That's been the win condition for NiP. Back turned, Golden just looks away from the guy who's coming around the corner. I don't know what triggered him, what brought him back over, but he will pay the penalty for it. Nice kill, though, for Flusha. Oh my, and it's all falling apart. Crims from the locker gets him, and Flusha with the follow-up. This is looking so good for NiP, and then it just all tumbles down like a house of cards all at once.
Yeah, I had said it looked like NiP would have won out the back and forth, but no, I was completely wrong. Fnatic, they knew what they were doing with that force buy, apparently. Great round from Crims, from Golden as well, with that opening deagle shot to actually make up for the fact that they had given one over to Twist in the first few seconds of that round. But obviously NiP, they're not going to let up on the pressure either. Being here on the T side of Nuke, they want to try and keep this up. If they can manage to win it back, of course, they want to try and finally get some control. But even if they just keep on going this way, it'd favor them on the T side, obviously. Let's see, though, very aggressive from JW. It's a very risky position to be in up against pistols, closing in the distance and giving them a chance. But he at least gets 2 kills before he goes down. In theory, though, the M4, it could be retrievable, but they have to get past Golden first. And he doesn't really let that happen too well, at least getting 1 more kill before he concedes it. So it shouldn't be too big of an issue now that Plopsky has that weapon in his hands. But it gives the chance for maybe a bit more damage. We will see. Although pretty quickly Plopsky's gone, and yeah, now it's all on Twist. But with a deagle in his hands, we know Twist can do some serious damage. And I was gonna say they're giving him some chances with that push from Brolan, but with the AK, he just comes through with a headshot of his own quickly. 5-2. Finally, we do actually see a team being able to, I guess, pull some rounds together, being able to actually capitalize off the back of winning out the force buy. And yeah, with that, we should see Fnatic even going up towards 6 before the full gun round's available for NiP.
You got to imagine. You got to imagine. There's no way you can justify really going for much in this. So if you're NiP at this point, you're looking to go for a bomb plant. They've even threats purchased over a deagle and tossed it over to Twist, I think, just to see if he can get something. I almost think that might have been better spent on an HE to blow up for the vent play. You see they molly vent immediately just to prevent that fast play from coming through. So NiP's going to hold for a bit of a lobby crunch, get some control outside, but with Glocks, who really cares if you have control outside? See what they can do and maybe try and sneak in a cheeky bomb plant. That's the whole game plan for the round. Unlikely to have too much success. How does Hampus not get damaged? Was he around? Okay, from the Xbox that looked very, or from the X-ray that looked very confusing. He was just around the corner of the red box. This is gonna be a massacre. Indeed it is. Brolin's quite low, but no one's close enough to be able to punish. It's just Rez who remains. He's got the bomb at least. Flusher knows where he's at. He's brought in their cavalry, and he doesn't even need them.
Yeah, nothing shocking about that round. How the opening couple rounds had gone, though, I wouldn't have been surprised if something crazy happened there with so little even for NiP. But thankfully, Fnatic didn't let us have any heart attacks in that one. But obviously now, back onto the full gun round, or onto the full gun round for NiP, is the first time we've seen both teams on a full buy. And even then, it's not quite perfect for NiP. They have a couple of Galils, unfortunately, just so they can have those nades. On Tret, obviously, you don't mind. And actually on Rez, who has 0 kills at the moment, I guess it's not as big of a deal either. But, I mean, yeah, Rez is a big fragger for NiP. You do ideally want him to be getting, well, to contribute, first of all, and then as well to have the AK rather than weaker weapons. But look at this from Flopsky. He sprinted all the way through outside. Obviously wasn't quiet about it, but JW, he had secretly got himself in the position down there, and he's going to have a pretty easy time as Flopsky just runs into the crosshair, and his flush and lines them up on ramp. Does get caught out in the open before he can do anything else. It's Tre who gets the trade, but I mean, it's the 2-on-4, and even then, Tre wasn't able to do so cleanly. He gets dropped to 55 himself.
Looking rather dire. JW close up by the shutters. Should be able to shutter their hopes into this round. Red's going to come around first. That's the kill. Now it's all under threat. The coach will serve himself up on a silver platter, head first, straight into the crosshair, and that is going to be Fnatic climbing to 7. I mean, it's what we normally expect from a CT nuke side. Earlier, I think we were offsetting expectations because that big ENCE game got so very spicy on the attack at times. It was quite an interesting one. But this seems like business as usual. And as we've talked about, obviously with Threat in the server, Threat in an actual game role as opposed to in the coaching slot, it's a limitation. It's a serious limitation for this team. They're going to come rocking out a hut, and everybody's going to die. Quick suicide cult. Everybody walking through the flames, straight into the bullets. And what else do you say about that one? They wanted to get it over with quickly, and, well, they succeeded, Dean.
Yeah, I mean, and the Molotov had been put down just as they were pushing out, so that was a little bit unfortunate. They were pretty much on the brink of death as they ran into the AK of Brolin already. But yeah, A2. I mean, as we said, we weren't expecting too much in that round. It was NiP trying to get it over with quickly. Their hope would have been a couple kills and maybe a bomb plant, but without it, even then, they're still able to get a pretty solid investment here. No ops available. It wasn't really possible. They maybe... Yeah, they only would have had the opportunity for glass cannon. It would have been probably Hampus then that could have gone for it, but that was unlikely, and as you can see, it indeed doesn't happen. But Rezi, 0 and 10 right now. We need him to step up for sure, especially when you have the coach, of course, coming in. You need everyone else fragging. You need Tret right now to be the one that's kind of leading the way tactically, and for everyone else then to be at full capacity in terms of delivering frags, but it's not really the case for the moment. This is an important gun round, and you could see some good damage here off of that nade, I believe, but hang on, Flush it could potentially get caught. Yeah, on the reload. Well played. Tret is able to creep in, but they don't expect Golden on the end of the ramp, and to be fair, neither did I. So, yeah, I'll let him away with that one, but the trade's back. NiP have managed to retain that man advantage. Oh, Brolin's flanking through lobby real quick.
He might have had the bomb as well. No one's got the bomb, so they've got... they've switched positions. The CTs have swapped sides with the Ts. NiP have control towards lower. They have control out towards heaven. They got control all over the map, including ramp room. Meanwhile, Fnatic don't realize it, but they have the bomb. And they've given it up. Golden's down in lower. Crims came back in from lobby. He's going to get shot in the back, so this is falling apart. The spread approach from NiP is working out because Fnatic just have no idea which way to turn. They've been concentrated into the center, so they got to look at every angle. And now Golden, well, he's going to try and cover up his drop down to reposition. But I don't think he's long for this world. They don't have to deal with him. They can just go upper. Don't even have to take the fight. And if he pops open this door, there's going to be a player immediately to his right to punish. And there it is. Rez looked a little choppy, but he's going to get the kill, and that's what matters. A third round for NiP with 4 surviving. A chance to make this look a little more interesting.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like Fnatic have incredible economy themselves. Obviously, it's enough for a buyback in. You would expect that after winning out, what was it, 5 rounds in a row or something? But, yeah, I mean, after reinvesting here, a couple of the players are a tiny bit low. It'd still have to be another round after this, unfortunately, because I think even then Flusher would be dropped by Golden in the next, so they would be able to just about scrape it out. But there's a chance. NiP, they take this one, they take the next, and then you can still see them even coming out with 7 rounds at the half, which would be a fantastic recovery. But this is me obviously trying to be as optimistic as possible. Literally as possible, because that is going to be incredibly difficult for them to do.
I think 5 rounds. 5 rounds is what you're going for. If you can get 5 rounds, you're pretty comfortable coming out of this one in the second half, especially considering the limitations of Threat. On CT side, you can move him around a little bit more, hide him a bit more, perhaps, and it could work out for them. It's also sometimes maybe being able to hold an angle. There's places where you can mitigate having to play with a coach to a greater degree, I would say. But we'll see. We'll see what they can do. They've got some control in towards mini. Big kill from Twist. That's a substantial one. Crim's going to be able to trade it out. But now things are getting dangerous indeed. Are they going to expect Broland by second vents, considering Crims was here? Oh, that's a big miss shot. Tons of information, but the JW doesn't get the kill, and that's just a leg as well. So much damage done now. Broland has revealed his presence, but he's turned it into 2 kills. Is it enough? Perhaps. Flusha brings it back to a clutch. Now the bomb's going to be planted. They know where he's at. Flusha has a choice to make. He's going to go back up heaven, hearing the bomb plant come in, and that nade will soften up Plopsky. Oh my! Very much so. It's the tenderizer shot, but Plopsky's got the death blow. Op retrieved, round for NiP, and they're making this happen, Dean. They are battling back into this game.
Indeed. I mean, it wasn't a clean round, as you said. Plopsky having to come up clutch, but they're doing it. They're breaking down the economy, finally, of Fnatic. They win out this one, then suddenly they're up against an eco, and as I said, at that point, the dream maybe of 7 rounds is still alive. But yeah, they'll be aiming for around 5 in the minimum, as you said, so they're getting close to that mark, at least giving themselves a respectable half at the very least. Well, let's see. They might actually be looking for, I thought initially a quicker A play potentially. Just wanted to get the op over towards the door. But look at this from Golden. He's getting flashed out through that smoke as well. But he doesn't realize Hampus had already crossed up close. Fortunately elsewhere, Flusha actually wins out on his engagement, which is actually over towards ramp there, as you can see. So they do at least manage to keep it in the 4-on-4. And even health-wise, it's slightly favoring Fnatic up until that kill comes in. Oh, Brolin. He's played around this position a couple times now, and it's not even going to be watched at all, but Rez, never mind, it was a bait-in. I didn't even realize. This round has just crumbled for Fnatic as Twist, he propels them ahead. And as Rez ends it on the AWP. So yeah, he's come to life as well. That's what you want to see.
Nice play from Rez. Yeah, quieter through the beginning of the game, but now starting to wake up, perhaps. About to put that genie back in a bottle. It's actually impressive that the scoreline is so close when you consider the board for NiP. They've only got one player positive on Twist, but these last few rounds have felt like a rebirth for the squad. So they've secured 5 rounds. Now the money is broken for Fnatic, and that pipe dream scenario you had painted where theoretically NiP could get back to 7 is looking a lot more real. Certainly a 6th round here up against the Deagles. This is your opportunity. You got to be able to realize it, though. We've seen Force Buys work against them before. There's a player down vent. There's Golden holding for Mini. Deploying utility to slow down the secret play and allow JW to get in position on the secret steps. This could be spicy. JW could pull off a lot here. Is someone watching for it? Rez looks like it, but there's the shot. It's a miss. Does he reset? He still wants to go for it. There's a Molotov. That's going to force him back and make up his mind.
Or is it?
Yeah, it was a little shallower than I thought it would be.
Plus it's JW. He doesn't always follow the logic you might want to go off of. Oh, yeah, maybe you should have fell back, man. Paying the price with those nades. Yeah, I think NiP realized, yeah, no, a Molotov isn't enough to deter JW from aggressing a position, so they decided to follow with the HEs. Works out fantastically well for them to give the advantage in their favor, and also, of course, allow for them to start now moving down through Secret, where it's going to be Golden, and he's going to need to, well, be Golden indeed with his Deagle if he wants to give his team a chance in this round. But he has the angle, looks to try and take one and then fall back off, or at least I thought that would have been the goal, but when he misses the first shot, does stick around, and with that gets easily overran by the numbers that the T's are able to deliver. And yeah, it's looking like it's going to be fairly straightforward as you would have expected. Crims gets caught trying to toss his nade in, and at this point, Brolin probably just wants to save that for Mass so they have something to work with in this final round.
I think he'll be allowed to do so. He's crawling away. Ninjas in pajamas. They've got some mercy. It's like, okay, you can keep that FAMAS. We'll keep the round.
They're already in the pajamas, so they're just resting.
Yeah. Lounging back, kicking it up, pulling the recliner. I'm practically still in my pajamas here.
Yeah, we'll give you a break. You woke up real early for this. What time was it actually?
We're hitting reasonable hours for me. It's almost noon.
It's almost noon.
It'll be noon on the iron. So that's a reasonable hour. I don't know if you heard it during the last BO3. There was one point where my normal alarm, which is set for 11 a.m., went off because I had forgotten to disable it.
I don't think I heard it come true, no.
I grabbed it fast enough. There we go. It's a professional caster right here. We got a bit of a pause coming through here. It seems we've had a player drop from the Fnatic side. That didn't take long.
Okay. I didn't even notice because of the custom hood. Oh, he's back now. Okay, cool. That's probably why I didn't notice then.
Just too quick. We couldn't even catch him off guard. So at least we're going to have all 5 players to mount this last round defense. But man, if NiP get this back to 7, all of my expectations for this map have just been subverted, Dean.
Yeah, I still feel like it's going to be fairly difficult once they swap over. I want to see how they're going to approach the map with Tre. He's obviously not just going to fill in on Nox positions, I wouldn't imagine. So it'll be interesting to see where they put him and if it's a position that Fnatic could maybe focus and exploit or not. But obviously, they want to try and still come out with their 9th round here on the CT side. So we'll see if that's possible. NiP, I had said I was being very optimistic when I was saying that the 7 was still a possibility. But yeah, they've really managed to turn it around. And it's looking pretty likely at this point. Rez, actually, doesn't get the kill, but he did connect the shot on Golden. And when they're already so limited with firepower, just limiting the health as well isn't going to help out at all. Quick towards ramp, though. They don't expect JW to still be here. Nearly followed up with another on the Deagle, but Plopsky thankfully gets the weapon out in time. A 3-on-3. And there's some masses across the board for Fnatic. This is still very winnable.
It certainly is. That decision by Twist, just running out with a Molotov, sprinting full forward, not expecting a player either to be on the ramp or tucked to the right. A little bit of a bold judgment call, but he assumed it would be clear. And, well, you know what happens when you assume, Dean.
Can we say it?
This, I don't think so. I'm going to let the chat draw their own conclusions from that one about you and me. Plopsky and Rez. slow things down. Look at this. They're letting Hampus get into position. And Hampus nearly gets there, but Crims was ready for the punish. That's a big kill to find. If Hampus had been able to get back up and punish the Heaven player, I think this round's likely over. But Crims, he's aware. Ever aware. And now, pressure on for NiP.
Yeah, Brolin's the one that's down here. It's just in towards the double doors. So, I mean, depending on where they try and plant this bomb, maybe they're going to have the space to do so. Brolin didn't actually take the peek out, so he doesn't know they've already crossed along the rafter at this point. So yeah, there is a bit of room here for Plopsky to drop down insecurely and get that bomb planted behind the silo. But no, that's not going to be the goal. He actually was still up at the top of the ramp itself. Or rather, up on ramp itself with the bomb. Now it's being dropped and Rez is left alone. He just can't do this. I don't imagine there's a player already up close. He needs that kill. Then he needs to be able to get the bomb planted. Trying to jump in, but he
just has time.
Does he?
No, he does.
No,
just in time.
Oh.
He's going to
Yeah,
die
but he
coming
gets
off
caught.
of it, but he got the plant. He literally hit the button as the number was changing through to 3, which means he still just had time. Woo!
Yeah, I wasn't sure if he had got it with the 4.5 or so that was necessary. Well, that was way too close right there. But Fnatic, they managed to get the 9th round, and importantly, done so with a relatively weak buy. So coming out with the 9 rounds, it gives you a little bit of security for if that pistol round is lost, especially. But they still want to pick it up. Fnatic, they don't want to let NiP get that pistol round and start feeling comfortable and keep on building up with that confidence that they got over those past few rounds. But of course, guys, we're going to have to send it over to a quick break. Stick around, and we'll be back as soon as, of course, we are ready to get back into the second half of this map. As we said, guys, it would not be a long break for the halftime. We are already back, and we're back into the action indeed. 9-6 at the halftime. Fnatic, they salvaged that final round. They done it with a pretty weak bye as well. That has to be noted. So getting themselves maybe a little bit more confidence to kick off this pistol round. But we said it is still a very important pistol for both of these sides.
That it is. Hampus, knowing the importance, is going to get things started off on the right foot. Already a kill, a bit of damage onto Crims to add a little bit of a cherry on top, and that's going to be Crims unable to escape, so they're down to 3. They've got that lower control. They've also lost most of their armored players. Brolin and Flusha do not have any armor between them. They've already used their utility as well, and Flusha is stuck upside. He's not with his teammates. Brolin, coming up the ramp, should buy enough time for his teammate to plant. If he hadn't been there, they likely would have been able to punish, but it's now just down to these two to hang on in a 2v5. Brolin starts it off well. Two players are quite low, but Brolin needs to hit these shots. He's down in the rat hole, and he is just trying to survive. Eventually, he'll be overwhelmed, and it's left to JW, who's all the way back up by Vents. Smoke goes down. They're going for the defuse. JW cannot land this death blow, and that's just going to be the defuse in his face. Frustrating for JW not to be able to find that shot, and he will have to bail on out of there.
Yeah, I mean, he lives with the Kevlar. That's a little bit of a help, especially if they are going to go for the force buy here. But with the bomb plant going down and with the still being at 9-7 right now, I think probably just going for a couple kills in this round and likely conceding over the 8th to NiP. But then, of course, getting your buyout as early as possible would be the better approach. But no, they're going to go for it. They heard me and they were like, oh, that Dean guy's terrible at CS. I better do the opposite then.
Makes sense.
Two Galils, I mean, they have a couple of rifles at least to work. The Mac-10 on Crims, Flusha with a Deagle, that's scary. Golden on a Tech 9, they have plenty of nades, or at least a decent amount. So, especially when you look at the weapons then that NiP have in play, with a shotgun, a FAMAS, and an MP9 being kind of their weaker weapons, you have to say what Fnatic have certainly can stand up against it, but will they be able to is the question.
It can. That first kill is not great. That's one of their rifles down too, isn't it?
Yeah.
Ooh, down outside, completely
not
isolated, not
retrieve
recoverable. Now Threat's got the follow-up. This is really looking dire. That's their second big gun down for the count. This one at least can be garnered for a teammate. Flush is going to be able to pick that one up, but he's going to be the play. That's a kill at least, but Plopsky's out with the XM, and Rez shuts him down with the AUG, showing that gun is still very much viable on a map like Nuke, and bringing it to within 1. NiP now looking for the equalizer, and they shouldn't have much resistance to do so. Fnatic, there's no way they can justify investing into this round.
Yeah, surely not. I mean, I don't mind that they went for the force buy, but now they need to take the eco, just ensure that they can try and at least get their buy out before NiP snatch away the lead. Obviously a chance here though for NiP to continue building up their economy, not doing a bad job from that previous one either, and actually going straight for the AUG there on towards Plopsky, so it's only the two weaker weapons that are being retained. Ideally you want Tret maybe to get a few kills with the Mac-10 and to his money, but we'll see what happens. There is a Deagle in play here in the hands of Crims, as well as in the possession of Brolin and Golden, so it's not like there's no chance here for Fnatic to try and actually get some damage output. This doesn't start off too well once again though, as the AUGs are having a fun time outside, and they're such a great choice for these opening couple of rounds when you know you're going to be up against pistols, and you don't see it too often. Oh, but there we go, Brolin eventually getting one. At least a small victory for Fnatic to take out of this round. And maybe if Golden could get one more frag at that point, it's actually relatively substantial damage, and actually it could impact NiP then coming into the first gun round if they were to lose it especially.
He has to though here, because the thing is that they've just lost a Mac-10. Threats dropped a Mac-10, retrieved the AUG. They're A-okay. This is smooth sailing, so if they do want to have impact, they need one more kill for it to matter at all. There's even a ton of utility being held. NiP aren't bothering walking through it, or working through it. Rather, they're just going to hold and get this last fight because they know Golden's got nothing to work with. He doesn't even have the bomb, so at this point, he's just hoping to do that damage. Maybe find a gun, and missing the first shot, that's the only shot he's going to get. Twist will be fine to hold on to this. So a tied scoreline. Good money for NiP. A chance to push on forward here, and the op coming out for Rez as well. This is a spicy round now, because this is a chance for NiP to really push Fnatic down and continue on their path, or maybe for Fnatic to offset the course. Now, it does have to be stated, this is NiP's map pick. This is a map they wanted to play into the veto, so they are clearly quite comfortable on it with Threat. One of the things you and I were talking about before we went live is their map vetoes might be informed by what they've had a chance to work through with Threat actually in a player role. Obviously, he knows the way people play, but you got to shift people around perhaps to give him an opportunity. He's going to go 1-on-1 early, getting aggressive, and I'd say that's a pretty good result for him.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it was worth up until Rez went down. Yeah, definitely been able
Yeah.
to get a 1-for-1 for Trenton in the open moments of the round is a decent enough trade. Obviously, it wouldn't always be favorable on the CT side, but in that case, you probably would say so. Then losing Rez, it makes things certainly more difficult, and it forces NiP to keep on forcing the issue themselves to try and salvage the position. And Plopsky, he does get that kill back in towards lobby, but he himself not staying too healthy, so it's not ideal. Dropped to 19 health at this point. Fnatic, they are grouping up to bring it on towards A, but they don't expect Hampus to take that peek in from Garage. He catches the back exposed of JW, but he's not able to get any more. Golden and Brolin sweeping up the kills. Suddenly, it is all on Twist. He's going to have to move in through hell. The Molido is certainly going to delay that rotation, as he may consider wrapping around towards main, potentially. But nah, he's going to stick here for now. Definitely wants to move in. Does he know how low both of these players are, though? Maybe not to the exact extent, but he should know damage has been done.
He should have an idea. Golden just below the lip. He's just got to check deep. Players in smoke as well, but Brolin from the hut, while he's trying to clear that smoke, recognizing that there's a player in it, Brolin takes advantage. Nicely played from Fnatic, and they stay on top. They stay winning. So that was a big round. It was interesting. One thing I'm finding interesting here in NiP, and I think they're going to get away from it, they were playing with the Augs, but they're also very willing to take the Augs into tight fights, which one of the things since the Aug nerf a long time ago at this point, was a year ago, the lower fire rate means that in a tight fight against an AK, the Aug is really not what you want to have. M4, much more favorable.
Sorry, man, you just gave me a time shock there this last year. It's
Right?
so slow. It's so slow and so quick at the same time. I don't know. It depends what way you're looking at it. Yeah, no. We'll see how this goes now for NiP. They're so limited on nades after the first few seconds, even of this round. They have the smokes, I suppose, the main things to work with. They do have a kit as well on Twist, but it's a very important round, of course, for them right now. And I guess both teams realizing that aren't really going to be doing anything crazy in the opening seconds. It's a slow approach initially from Fnatic, until eventually they will begin to put those smokes down towards outside. But as we said, Hampus, he is positioned up close right now, and they're going to try and push around that smoke. Oh, he wanted to wait for more. I like the idea, but it's so unfortunate that Brolin flicks in and hits a ridiculous headshot afterwards. Can Rez pull anything back? He nearly lined them up, actually, and oh, he did. Golden got tagged down. Re-peeks back in, finishes him off, and with that now, just needs to ensure he stays alive. He'll actually have Plopsky come in so that they can peek that together, even flicking back towards the door and doing a bit of damage on flushes. So a 2-on-4, and they're just pushing everywhere. The confidence right now being displayed from NiP as Twist cleans up the final two. 10-10.
I'm glad that worked out for NiP because I felt so bad for Hampus. You could actually see the gears turning in Brolin's head. He goes through the smoke. He's like, garage is clear. No one's in mini. I'm not getting peeked from any angle. Computing. He's right next to me. Swing, tap, insta-death.
It was so unfortunate. But you can't blame him, because you don't want to shoot there with just the one out in the open and then immediately get traded on if there's someone on silo and if they're just going to spam you back through the smoke and such. So, yeah, he wanted to at least ensure 2 kills from that position, and unfortunately that time around it didn't work out. Nicely timed Molido to actually stop that quick A push from Fnatic. They were looking to try and move out the door, and it looks like they probably will still favor on towards A, but the hut itself had also been mollied. He had some players up on the roof. Had they thrown in their execute already, perhaps? No, they just didn't really buy up any nades, I suppose, but that's still a good opening from JW. He's all the way down on B at this point, and oh, maybe he can even catch the back of Hampus right now. Thankfully, he's been able to get himself across the scaffolding, or the railings for now, rather. And Twist seems to have pretty much, at this point, salvaged the situation for NiP. There shouldn't be too much more trouble.
Tech9s and Fnatic. An iconic pairing. Not going to get results in this one. So NiP in the lead. 11-10, and we're going to have a pause come in here. This one coming from the Fnatic side as they try and figure out, okay, we're starting to run out of rope here. How are we going to make the best of our remaining available opportunities? They've already purchased in. They've already forced up. JW presumably be limited, so it's not going to be ideal. A MAC-10 coming out for somebody, or at least a Galil. He could make a Galil work. But this round could be interesting. NiP have a real chance to start to pocket this one, to start to walk away with it, take it to the bank, get a loan on it, insure it, you know, take out future securities based on the value of this round. We're thinking long-term here. We're thinking 401k, IRA, other words that I don't really understand.
Yeah, well, that second one has a different meaning here.
That is a very different context to the two of us, huh?
I know what you meant, though, just because obviously exposed to so much American culture, movies, TV shows, everything. But yeah, I mean, this is, as you said, there's a lot of weight behind this round right now. If NiP can take it, then they have an opportunity to start getting relatively close to the finish line here on Nuke before they actually have to go up against the guns again. So we'll see what way it goes. Rez, though, early on, he's actually been, I believe, spammed down. Not sure exactly where. Yeah, towards outside at the moment. Must have got spammed maybe in through the foot right there. Either way, though, drop the 46. He's going to have to play a little bit more passive, maybe with the up towards outside, but it shouldn't really affect their setup too much because Hampus right now, he's just tucked in on Seeker, waiting for the op really to find that first line of contact, and then he'll hope to maybe catch a couple players. Although it does seem like he might have the attack coming directly towards him. That Molly's going to delay him from crossing over for the moment. And Hampus, he tries to use a one-way smoke, but of course, Brolin, he realized that the smoke had been dropped down, so he was cautious of it and finds himself a pretty easy kill. So the opening frag, it goes the way of Fnatic, but Rez, he catches one just as the smoke fades away. Oh, and he knows there's another who's going to be, at this point, pretty much stuck from crossing over.
They've seen the shadow as well. I think of the player on top of Many, so they know that he's there. This is some interesting information that they can operate off of, but the two players down low, Twist, you can see he's taking a really bold angle trying to play around the double doors. If they open this, he just wants to immediately punch them in the jaw. They want this outside fight, though. JW's been tagged. Plopsky's now going to get that kill on JW. Here comes Twist. They're coming back up, but he's gone past them. Didn't realize they'd gone into control room. So that's a path to a plant. It's only going to be Golden and Brolan. The Twist, the guardian of the lower site, he's given up his responsibility. Love that Molotov as well. Buys them some extra time. Meanwhile, they've got control of the ramp room. This is actually a decent setup for the 2v3. With the time ticking down, kits are available, but no smokes for NiP, so they need to win these fights sooner rather than later because that bomb is wide out in the open for these two angles. Door gonna pop. There's the decon door open. Some spam coming through. They're running out of time. NiP, they gotta get a move on. Gotta get some ants in their pants. Gotta get moving. It's not gonna happen. They're down. They're out. Rez, can he even escape? He's definitely lost this round. He's gonna be able to get away, but it's going to be Fnatic tying up the scoreline and taking a very critical round.
As you said, that was just such a strong after plant right there from Brolin and Golden. Unfortunately, Brolin ends up going down to the bomb, which isn't ideal when Fnatic are trying to actually get themselves back into this and try and get some control here on the T side, some long-term control. But of course, it's not going to impact their buy right now. I don't think it will anyway. JW is a little bit low on money, so he's going to have to be dropped over. I would imagine Golden is given one, and indeed ends up being a Galil he actually gets himself. So yeah, I mean, it's not perfect for Fnatic coming back into this buy. They're going to have to try and chain together the second round now with a slightly weaker investment than the previous. But if they win this one, that's when they will break down the money finally for NiP, and at that point would be allowed to go ahead and get themselves back into the lead with a couple of rounds potentially.
Slower round, much slower round from Fnatic. You can see how far they're hanging back. It's not really that much of a change up in pace for NiP, although a little bit softer outside control than we've seen in a couple of rounds. Just hanging further back towards spawn and up into heaven. But it's going to work out. Oh, Rez misses the shot. Thought he was about to have him, but JW appears to duck that one. Some damage through from Brolan, but it's negligible. Now the space taken towards Secret. They've got it. Oh, I was going to say scot-free, but no. JW gets claimed. He's the exit fee. The last piece of billing here, and now Hampus knows that they're coming his way. Plopsky comes in for the reinforcement. They've got a two-pronged assault here. Hampus first contact, Plopsky on the swing, only one for him, but that's done enough. It's Crims and Flusha, and they're both completely isolated. Crims tucked in here just to see if he can get some damage and maybe allow the time for Flusha to get in position, because Flusha has to create a little bit of space for his teammate.
Oh no!
Oh, no.
The Galil and unfortunately the metal bars, they're going to block in some of the bullets. We've seen some awkward sprays like that throughout the games today. Unfortunately, Crims nearly get a wall bang. Ends up, of course, confirming his position there by spamming back, but it doesn't really matter at that point. He was running low on time already. He was completely outnumbered, and as you can see, there was a player already ready towards outside to catch him as he moved up through the vent. So there it is. NiP, they immediately trade back. We had said this slightly limited investment from Fnatic, thanks to the extra damage, even that extra death, of course, after the bomb going off and killing Brolin in the one before, it seems to have cost them a bit. Now they're looking at an eco. NiP should be able to go up with that 13 to 11. And they've really salvaged things here on Nuke. They had, of course, a pretty poor start initially, and then pulling it back up to 6 rounds on that T side, and they haven't slowed down since. Fnatic, they're trying to pull a pause out on NiP.
Gotta cut the tempo. I gotta make a decision here as well. We know Fnatic loves their force buys. They love getting into it. I don't think they can justify it at this point. I think they're gonna have to concede the 13th round to NiP and really go back in with the AKs and the utility. They've come to be a little bit reliant on those secret smokes. We've seen that from them a lot of rounds. And to be fair, they've had a lot of success getting down. That last round, Rez manages to pluck JW just as it seems like they're about to escape. And that, to me, is all the difference in the moment in the round. But I think it might be time for a little bit of a pace change up. I'm surprised we haven't seen more pressure towards ramp room as well, because Threat is playing that room. They've moved some other pieces around beyond him, but at the end of the day, once you've identified what the coach is holding, put the pressure on, man. See if you can't test him.
Yeah, I had mentioned that even in the first half. I was wondering where Threat was going to be situated, if he was someone that they could maybe try and exploit a bit. We'll see if that's going to be maybe something that Fnatic could focus a bit more on in the next gun round. But then again, you also want to make sure you're playing your own game, right? So
Yeah.
you don't want to change things up too much just because of one player and get kind of fixated on that one goal.
It actually takes me back to, and this is a very different round, but when Furia made Pro League at Global Challenge a while ago, God, that was so long ago, they were playing against Singularity, and Gary had to play because Abel J at the time, one of their players, couldn't get into the country.
Oh, okay.
At some for one reason or another. I don't remember the exact situation, but he couldn't get across the border. And so they wound up playing with Gary, and there was a nuke game where Gary was holding ramp, and Singularity identified it and tried to threaten him, and he just dumpstered them round after round after round with a Mag 7 most of the time, as I recall. Really just held ramp like a champ. So, coaches in ramp room. It's an iconic duo. This is a path towards a lower plant, and suddenly bodies are dropping. There's only 2 survivors. This could be a huge swing round here. NiP with Plopsky and Twist have to somehow try and draw this one back, and this might be a save, Dean.
Yeah, it might have to be. Even with the save, though, they wouldn't have enough to get the buy-in, so it's such an awkward spot if Fnatic steal this round away. It's going to put them back into the lead, so it looks like Plopsky and Twist, they do still want it, but it's costing them even to get these initial kills. As you can see, Plopsky on 10 health, Twist is surprisingly the healthy one, as he sits on 34, but the damage being done right now, Golden spammed down and finished off. It's all on Crims. They have a chance to recover this, but they need to get going quick because the bomb, it's taken away. But it's up close in a position where Crims, he can't do much about stopping the defuse. And of course, with no head, you're definitely not doing anything.
What a recovery for NiP. What a recovery. I mean, I was counting them out, thinking about the save, and they have no intention of honoring me with that. They're going straight into it. The 2v4, 1 back, and at a critical juncture as well. That might have been the round, the straw that broke this camel's back. But they don't have to worry about that here. They really do not. So 13 rounds for NiP, a 2-round buffer. But here's where Fnatic get to execute their plan. They got so close with pistols. Dean. Now they got the AKs. Now they got the utility. And they've got a very brittle Ninjas in Pajamas economy on the other side.
Yeah, I mean, even though they didn't win that, as you said, obviously, it does ruin the money of their opponents, but they still need to come back in this gun round. Maybe they felt a bit more freedom there with the pistols. Are they going to be able to do better than that now that they have the rifles in their hands? Slowing things down initially, looking to burst out the door, as you can see, and catching Plopsky perfectly with that flash, but he traded positions, went in behind them, and with that, only able to catch one player, actually. Unfortunately, Tret as well quickly dispatched of, and now Fnatic sitting with a man advantage. NiP this time, do they want to attempt the retake? I think no. Saving will allow for Twist to drop over a weapon, and with that, for them to get a pretty strong investment, Tret probably going to be stuck on a weaker weapon himself, but that wouldn't be the end of the world. At least they would have a decent buy overall.
Compass might even be able to drop something over. I'm not quite sure. No loss bonus. Yeah, it's gonna be pretty rough. It's gonna be a bit meager.
He
Depends
could
on the
give the
decision they
rifle,
want to make.
but then he would limit his own like nades in terms of repurchase and backup himself. I don't know, like you in a normal situation you would, but Tret's not having a great game, 6 to 20.
Yeah.
But then again, is that even more reason to give him the better weapon to optimize his chances of a kill? I've always wondered about that. Like, 'cause there's a couple different ways to look at it.
I think it's time for him to pick up the mantle of the Mag 7.
Oh, maybe that's what the coaches need. Maybe it's the only weapon they can use efficiently on Nuke.
Makes sense. Let's see. What does
Good to see
Threat can
that
go
Rez
for?
picked it up so
Pharmacist.
dramatically. What was he at one point? Was it 008, I think?
It was. He's had an incredible resurgence. That AWP in the second half as well has been critical. A lot of the picks outside have come from him. He's been moving it around effectively on Nuke. It's been a big piece of what they've been able to accomplish so far this map. Oh, burning on top of the hut. Threat's got to get out of there. It won't matter what gun he has if he burns alive. There's a player down vent, and I don't think it was seen. So JW, they've got to be aware it's a possibility, but he might be the unknown factor of this round. He's already got control in towards the control room. And so much space towards lower. This is potentially the ace in the hole. Unfortunately for him, windows aren't broken, so this limits his path of travel unless they can make a distraction loud enough for him to pop the glass.
Yeah, even then, it sometimes can still be heard. So we'll see what they'll decide to do now with that control. Crims, I was going to say, could catch just aggression on ramp, but they did at least have Golden ready for the trade. So Rez falls after only one. The ramp room with that is going to be given over to the T side, and Flush it, lurking towards outside up on the hook, able to catch Hampus's head over the blue box as he started to rotate. And now with the man advantage, I was going to say it's looking pretty good, but the only thing was Flush, obviously, he had no way to join up with his teammates. So they're going to be able to isolate that fight, and then JW gets dropped as the bomb's getting planted. Suddenly it's back in favor of NiP, at least in terms of the manpower.
Threats made his presence felt. That closed the decon door in his face. And here's the patrol, but that's a big kill for Brolan. Takes a ton of space and gets 2 more. Brolan with the turn. Brolan with the 3K to secure 13 for Fnatic.
He's 23 to 14 right now. As you would expect, Brolan topping that scoreboard. He's a monster, always has been. Yeah, they've broken down NiP with that. Going back to, of course, the round as well, even the one where they got close with the pistols. That's what ruined the economy for NiP, and now they're looking at a full eco. It's going to be Fnatic likely reclaiming the lead for the first time in a little while, as all we see is some pistols and then a Zeus. The Zeus is the main thing right now. It's been bought up for Blobsky. I want to see if he's going to be able to get a kill. It's more, obviously, it's not really an economic thing or anything. It's more about you get a kill with the Zeus, maybe kill someone a tiny bit. It can be used quite well if there's a player on his own as well for you to retrieve a weapon. But if there's anyone else nearby for a trade, you're never going to have a chance to actually get the gun out. There we go. Close range opportunities potentially, and he gets it. Yes. Roland, he's shocked. I heard him type in the chat there.
Get that Wilhelm scream of the CS world out and onto the field. Just gonna be Rez left with the Deagle. They found 2 kills at the very least. There's been some damage done. Brolin spammed. Nice shot. NS.
In a tilted way?
No, I think he was pretty happy with it.
Oh, okay. Nice shot.
You gotta respect it when the Zeus comes out. There was some giggles coming out.
Yeah, I don't think he's gonna be too upset. His teammates did at least handle the situation then. As Rez gets himself an AK. Really not a bad find when you look at NiP's money. If he can manage to get this to somewhere where he can save securely, that would be fantastic. Oh, he's on 78 ADR as well now. I don't know if that was set at the halftime or not. It was just worth noting because I remember when he was 0.08, he was on like 4 ADR. But yeah, it does look like the AK will be brought over. And with that, we should see the buy coming in from NiP, of course, but it's do or die. It's 14 already for Fnatic. If they win out this next gun round, at that point, they should have a pretty easy path to closing out Nuke. And as we had mentioned before, this is the map choice of NiP, so they really don't want to be letting this slip away from them with then Inferno following, which is such a great map for Fnatic.
I mean, the reality is you're coming into this, you know that the coach is playing, you know that they've got to stand in your favorite Fnatic every day of the week, and I think we're seeing why. Ninjas and Pajamas have made it so interesting, have made it a battle, but now we find out if they've got enough sauce to get this going. If the 4 players with their stand-in coach can bring enough firepower to the fray. Aggression from Hampus might be the ticket. He's gotten into secret, actually. He's not going to go up by the red box. He will fade off. He's got a tuck-up angle to see if they come and threaten him, and it's going to be Threat, who gets pressured, pops off a couple shots, falls immediately, doesn't favor the fight. He wants to buy time for his teammates to come in and trade off of him, and that makes a lot of sense. Hampus has just made noise, though, and Brolin knows. Brolin's aware of it. Now it's who gets the better, and he still succeeds. Brolin had all of the audio cues, wanted to get the punishment, but the timing just wasn't there for it, so a huge kill for Hampus.
Yeah, one that's really needed. It helps them with the kind of lack of nades, with the weaker weapon for Tret as well. Tret has just been destroyed by JW down on B. Yeah, that's going to be the bomb at least getting planted down here now, and at least it is NiP getting a quick rotation in. They're actually set up before that bomb can even be begun to be put in place, rather. But what can they do about it now is the question. They aren't going to be immediately pouncing on it. We do see the door being opened. That fortunately left Plopsky a little bit exposed as he took damage. Hampus at least was able to pop out for that frag on JW, but can he get the return here on towards Flush? And no, he cannot, as it's all on Twist and Rez to save the day. Oh, I don't know. Did they run away and save? Is that an option? I would say it's one that's definitely something to be considered. Yeah, it is, as you said. The 2-on-3 is doable, sure. But if they lose it, then they have nothing to fight for the overtime. And Twisty's struggling with the first fight. Rez at least is going to win his out, but as you can hear, the bomb has already hit that 10-second warning. So even with the kit, Rez, there wouldn't really be enough time for him to deal with both players and get that defuse in. So he is forced to run away, and it means only one weapon is going to be saved. He can at least drop over to someone. Maybe he'll get the op for himself and give the AK away. But that's going to be all they have in terms of rifles, unfortunately.
Yeah, that's such an unfortunate way to lose that round as well. I'm sure Twist is kicking himself. He had a very winnable duel with Crims, but just couldn't line up to spray with the FAMAS. It got away from him. So we're gonna have Rez with the AWP. We've got a FAMAS out for Twist. We've got that dropped over AK and a couple of SMGs. It's not a bad buy, all things considered. But NiP, they can make no mistakes at this point. They have to run this through. This is the last chance on their map pick. Flopsky looking to shut down the door, looking to close this out, and Fnatic with a bit of a change-up coming out towards the upper site. They haven't done this in a long time. JW sitting in the smoke, despite all the spam coming back his way. He's found damage onto Plopsky, and now he'll back out. What was that shot from Rez?
I don't know.
What?
I
Two for the price of one?
Somehow got a collide, yeah. Oh, and they don't even let up on the aggression after that advantage. Plopsky kept going forward on the MP9. Well, this round has very quickly gone to NiP, and now look at... I was going to say, look at the Fnatic economy. I saw Crims on 1800. I was like, are they low on money? But no, Golden, he makes up for it easily, so he'll be able to drop over. They'll have a pretty good buy into this final round. But are we going to see an overtime? Do you believe, Mike? Can NiP do it? Can they pull off this magical moment with their coach on 7-23?
I do now. After that shot from Rez, everybody else is above 20, so that compensates for Threat being on 7-23. You know what? If he can coach them to carry him, that's all fine. That's what you got to do.
That's what he's doing. He's just telling them to carry him.
Yeah, that's great words of wisdom from Threat. Right now, he's just like, all right, boys, you got to pretend it's a 4v5 in every round and carry me to glory, and I'll try and do what I can. And it's working.
You probably
We're one round away.
Are you, Mike?
I'm used to losing a lot of games. I'm actually, in the group of people that I'm playing with right now, the most experienced Counter-Strike player, which tells you our average skill level. So games have
I
been
don't think
rough.
I've ever played with you, to be fair.
I dropped 44 in an MM game the other day, and we lost 16-13, if that gives you an indicator.
Oh, jeez.
44. I think it's the most kills I've ever had in a game.
Yeah, but we're getting back into it. Fnatic, they had a little bit of a chat. Of course, they have the one last chance here to close this map out and steal it away from NiP. Otherwise, we're going to be seeing an overtime, and with that, the hope still for NiP to try and take their own map choice, which is a necessity. Look at this quick A play. Flusha was blinded, but I believe the Heaven player was too. Tre, he tries to push out and ends up just getting caught in the open. Golden and JW combined. Hampus at least returns one with the nade, but the bomb site itself has fallen to Fnatic, even if the bomb plant has been delayed by the extra few seconds. Although Twist has a quick flank and, yeah, wins it out against Brolin. A fantastic pick off there to find the headshot. Hampus had been naded and flashed a bit as well, but for now, surviving in that corner, but no longer the case. We're back into a 3-on-3.
Big kill. I love this position for JW. His duel with Twist matters everything. He gets so much damage, but not the finishing blow, and that's what mattered. Now Flush is going to have to come clean it up. That's his position revealed. Both coming back in from Mini. They're not aware that it's both at this point. All onto Crims. Time his ally, but the numbers certainly not. Plopsky swings. Plopsky gets one tapped, and now it's all on Rez. The jump shot attempt, the Qly play, and it's going to be Crims to win it. Another one tap. Two players dealt with 16-14. No overtime here. As map 1 falls to Fnatic, they claim their opponent's map pick, and they will be up 1-0 in the Swedish series.
Yeah, and a nasty way for Crims to finish it as well. The 2 1-taps. The first one, of course, being just incredible. The second one, I don't know, he could have went for a spray, who knows, because the round ends. But either way, great clutch by Crims to close it out for Fnatic. I've seen so many games on Nuke, whenever I actually get to cover Fnatic on Nuke, they always just end up clutching out a 16-14 somehow. But of course, guys, that's not the end of the series. It may be feeling like it a bit if you're a NiP fan, as they drop their own map choice with Inferno coming up next, but they're not out yet. They have a chance to try and bounce back, but as we mentioned, Inferno is such a strong map for Fnatic that it should on paper be a bit more difficult here than Nuke was, so it's not boding too well, but we'll see if they can manage to pull it back and maybe send it over to Train. We're going to go to a break for a few minutes, guys. Make sure you stick around. As soon as we return, we will indeed have that second map on your screens.
With the right CPU, you can turn any game from familiar to phenomenal. Unleash the potential in all your gaming with Intel 10th Gen processors. With its optimal balance of threads, cores, and frequency to deliver elite real-world performance, only Intel can bring Marvel's Avengers to life with in-game PC optimizations. Supercharge your Marvel's Avengers experience with Intel Core i5, i7, and i9 processors.
What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
Sometimes I like the way you try, even though you know you will fail. Sometimes I give you hope before I take it all away from you. Just know I'll never let you win. I feel you caving in. Just know I'll never Face your destiny, slay your enemy, raise a legacy. No more apologies, trust your abilities, gather the energies. Pull yourself back together, and staying off track forever. Child of the nation, will seek redemption, time for salvation. Today is meant to be day of victory, time for history. Rebirth's a tendency, fight the entropy, channel your rivalry. You're praying for fortune to come, you're hearing the sound of the drums. It's too late to backtrack, get back, you're back now. Keep your feet on the ground and stand up. You've got what it takes to fight back. Don't stop until you black out, 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 out. Stand up, up, you've got what it takes to fight back, back. Don't stop until you back out, out. Give all you got, show them how to make a miracle. Stand up, up, you've got what it takes to fight back, back. Don't stop until you back out, out. Give all you got, show them how to make a miracle. Go save your team, be a hero. Take home the cup, be a star. They waiting for you, take aim, shoot your arrow. It's your time to shine, show them who you are. Stronger, gotta go faster, gotta get better, gotta work harder. It's fight or flight now, get up now. Go with the move, go for the goal, lead up the stadium, you know how it's done. Stand up, up, got what it takes to fight back, back. Don't stop until you back out, out. Give all you got, show them how to make a miracle. Stand up, got what it takes to fight back, back. Don't stop until you back out, out. Give all you got, show them how to make a miracle. Stand up, you've got what it takes to fight back. Don't stop until you black out, out, out. Stand up, you've got what it takes to fight back, back. Don't stop until you back out, out. Give all you got, show them how to make a miracle. Stand up, you've got what it takes to fight back, back. Don't stop until you back out, out. Give all you got, show them how to make a miracle. She doesn't have the time, always talks about all the other guys. Will I ever understand? Without her, it's not fair, I need you back. No more crying at the end, I'll do it again. I told you I was real, I think it out my head.
Alright everyone, welcome back. It's time for map number 2. We had an incredible nuke where NiP, I would say, put up a bit more of a fight than I was expecting, especially after how they started things off, and with, of course, Tret stepping in, him not having a great game in that previous either. But now here on Inferno, this is the home turf of Fnatic, and they have a very difficult game ahead of them to try and actually pull back into it. Early on, though, Fnatic straight out mid and up around through long. Going to be able to get themselves in towards that spawn. And with a 4-man A-stack initially in play, this means it's all on one man to hold down. With a CZ, though, we'll see a single kill there being found by Plopsky, but he's not able to get any more. JW with the trade, he gives them that B control.
Grand flaw of the CZ, just not enough bullets. Bomb's going to be planted here almost certainly, unless there's the luckiest shot through smoke I've ever seen. Now he gets behind the fountain, so it's definitely going down, and with control of Banana being exerted by Brolin, this should be in Fnatic's back pocket. Still, Hampus and Twist will try and make an issue of it. They're going to come back in. JW should seal the deal here, and Twist, I think he's even thinking about saving this armor kit. He's trying to get a kill. If he gets something, he might get back through, but now it's a firing squad that he's faced off against. JW wants the knife. He'll get it. No, the nade kills both.
Nick.
Flusha takes out his teammate, takes out Twist as well, says, JW, sit down. Let's not troll them this early.
I mean, I think that's kind of trolling as well, nading your teammate when he tries to get the knife kill. Either way, Fnatic, they take that pistol.
That's like when your friend is maybe getting a little too goofy at
yeah.
times, and you have to drag him back by his shirt. That's what just happened. Flusha just dragged JW back by the shirt.
He's like, not yet, not yet. An interesting round, though. Yeah, Fnatic have a good opportunity, obviously, to now start building up some early T rounds, and yeah, that's a bit scary for NiP having actually lost that pistol, now going for a decent amount of investment in this round as well. I don't mind this. They obviously won't be buying in this next round. Their full focus will be on round number 4, but I prefer when teams don't go for the eco here rather on the second round, because if you go into round 3 with very few nades as you would on a map like Inferno here, that's just such a big disadvantage. So they're giving themselves a chance to get a few kills in this round, and then they'll probably try the same in the following. But the main focus is going to be on round number 4. Tre, okay, are you going to be able to deliver this game? That's the question. We know he's capable. We know he is capable. We've seen him have some good moments in the past, of course, but he doesn't play the game as often as his teammates would. More so usually in that spectate role. Yeah, traded back already though around long. This is pretty strong for Fnatic. They've been able to get a position now where they can keep the range, especially with these stronger weapons. Although they have mostly Mach 10s, so that gets a bit scary. Trek gets one more. Hampus as well going to be able to deliver. And suddenly it's a 3-on-2 back in favor of the CTs once again. Rez pinned in the pit.
Chasing in, that should be fine. Plopsky got to come back through with a CZ. Crims is watching for this, and he's going to be dealt with. I'm going to make my bold prediction here, Dean. You ready for this bold prediction?
Okay.
Threat 25 kills.
25 kills, okay.
25 kills. NiP still lose. 16-14.
You think Tret will get 25 kills and they'll still lose? I think if Tret does somehow get 25 kills, they're defo winning. That's my opinion. So I don't think
I'm
he's
gonna
getting
throw
25
my.
kills, though.
I think that would be the weirdest version of the game. But I'm calling Threat 25 kills. I believe.
That would be insane. They don't need him to deliver anywhere near that much. As long as he can normally get one, then one in such if he is tested, then I think you can kind of be happy with his performance he delivers. But yeah, I mean 25, man. It's a big number, even for a regular player.
If I'm right,
that's not confirmed most games.
If I'm right, I'll look like a genius, and if I'm wrong, well, of course I'm wrong.
Yeah, it's yeah. I mean,
I really set myself up well
system.
here in the prediction market. Remember, folks, clip it, put it on Reddit if I'm right, and forget about it if I'm wrong. This round should be one to forget about for NiP, unless Threat can drop some big bodies. He's got the deagle again. He's feeling it. I'm telling you, he's on the hot hand now. He got 2 kills with the deagle in the last round. It's time for some more Threat clips. Plopsky, the only player here on the B-bomb site, and they have chosen wisely, Fnatic have, because they're going to come in with full pressure. The question is, does NiP even want to try this retake? Or, I mean, there's nothing to really save. They're going to be buying guns in the next, but there's also a certain point of logic that says, well, let's just not feed them kills.
Yeah, especially when you can hear those SMGs rattling off bullets. You don't want to be giving them that $600 per frag, especially. Yeah, that makes sense. You save up for a few pistols as well, which actually will back up their buy in the following round, and a smoke then on Tret also. Twist, he's a Zeus. I wouldn't have minded if he gets a chance to utilize that, but I don't know if Fnatic really need to push any further to their current position, but apparently JW is fine with it. He wants to go and build up some frags. Two before eventually falling to res, but yeah, they get cleaned up. It is fortunately rather none of the SMGs that are given over the money, so that is the kind of ideal situation right there for NiP if they were to go down. But now they're coming onto their buy. A double up setup immediately going to be pulled out. This is such a hefty investment. And it means they don't currently have a kit. Hopefully Rez will be able to get one. Tresh should as well, actually, I would imagine, as the coach. No, he decides against this, so that must mean Rez is going to buy one, yeah? There we go, perfect.
It's interesting that Threat picks up the AUG. It does make a degree of sense, right? It's the gun on rails. I always think of it as having the rails up when you go bowling. There's only so much you can miss when you've got a scope on your rifle.
Hopefully Tret will be able to deliver with that weapon. Rez has been naded really low already. Popsky is thankfully able to escape over on B as the molly fades away, but yeah, a bit of damage early on does favor Fnatic, and they've been able to take themselves that banana control pretty much.
Yeah. Surprised Rez isn't opping in this situation as well. I guess it's just based on position. We saw him pretty effective with it on Nuke. He delivered them a lot in that second half on the CT side. But he's going to be a bit more of a swing player in this instance. He's backing off. They're not going with Bogdan's Law. They're not giving the low HP player that AWP. But it's really unfortunate timing for them. This is just going to be Twist and Threat to hold on towards A. This is going to be very tough as they come through. Good timing on the smoke. Might just give Threat an opportunity, but I think he's been spotted. His teammates, or his opponents rather, back out. It's JW who's out on site and nearly gets shot by Twist. But gets by a hair and a whisper. And I don't know that they know JW's out now. And instead, JW's going to get a kill for free. And that was the only person who's actually on the site to deny this. So even though Twist is here, he can't fight this. There's going to be a 5-man take a site. That bomb's going to go down. They've got banana control as well. And Hampus is backing off. This is a save, but even with Flush in position to potentially punish.
Yeah, and is there any way they expect them to be crossed over here? Like, they might even try and push forward towards the top of Banana just to get a bit more control for Holden, but, I mean, it's not looking too likely right now. I was worried maybe they would push over into this area. Thankfully not, but let's see. Can Flusha even take out one of those weapons? If he does, then obviously that's going to impact the buy in this next round quite a bit for NiP. Yeah. They do need...
Let's
ideally
talk about that setup. Look, I know Threat's technically the top frag right now with all 2 of his kills.
Oh, God.
But you cannot set up your defensive site to be either Threat kills everyone or we lose. Because if you look at that setup, right? Threat's under the awning. He's the only player who can control either the wrap in towards lane or pit bout. He's the only player in that vicinity. Twist is easily smoked off, easily mollied off, and he'll be forced out of the angle and be useless in the take. Even if they hadn't gone for a balcony play and caught Threat's flank, if they smoke left side and then pressure Threat, maybe Threat gets 1, maybe he gets 2, but he's still getting overrun, and that's a bomb plant. I think he's going to get 25 kills. I'm just going to keep beating that drum, Dean, in case I'm actually right. But you can't make him solely responsible for the entire site. It's not a winning game plan.
Yeah, I think they were trying to set him up to make sure that you'd be correct, and yeah, it's worked against them. I mean, yeah, they've been able to get the buy-in at least thanks to saving over the weapons, but they need to come back right now. And Plopsky, yeah, completely blinded up on Banana. Hampus wasn't quite in a position to be able to try and give any assistance either. Flashed back into the spawn. Smoke's gonna go down, but not before, of course, they actually try and make that cross happen, so Golden will get picked off. Hampus, though, will he be given any other opportunity? Surely not. He could maybe catch the spam, but he needs to be careful of himself being returned on, of course. As the damage up to this point being kind of traded out relatively equally, at least between those 2 players. As Rez actually catches a lurker over on mid. Think down himself, JW decides to walk through the CT smoke and will pay for it. Tret is not going to be missing those shots. Suddenly it's a 2-on-4, but look at the health on 3 of the remaining NiP players.
And the time. It's just running out of time. That's a nice Molotov for Newbox. Flusha forced out of it. He's out by the oranges. Twist gets a big kill. Flusha, the only survivor. Threat's been caught. But Hampus is there for the cleanup. That's going to be a defuse on and a round for NiP that they very much needed to take. Excellent retake. When it's 4-on-4 and the bomb site's lost, you really don't expect much of them. But Hampus leads the charge, and they managed to get back through, and that's a big round for NiP. It's maybe them starting to wake up, because they've been rather sleepy through these first few rounds, ironically, with the exception of Threat. And we need to see them contest, especially on this defensive side. Once the half switch happens, if they don't have a bevy of rounds to fall back on, I mean, this one's toasty.
Yeah, I mean, who knows? They turned it around pretty drastically with a sharp turn back on Nuke as well. They were just able to start picking up mad T rounds out of nowhere. So who's to say they can't do it here on the CT side of Inferno as well? And I mean, definitely Hampus wants to deliver. He's going to be the man rocking the off this time around instead of Rez. And pays off for the initial frag, but around mid, Twist instantly dropped by Brolin. He's going to try and push around through the long smoke though, which is an interesting approach. Rez is going to be awaiting, and with that pretty much gifted back a frag. So NiP, they have a man advantage, and Tret, oh no, so unfortunate the timing. I was going to say he might even be able to extend it. Now Rez is under so much pressure. Golden with the entries has given them full control of A, and has quickly turned his head on it, this round on its head. I was going to say head on its round, god damn it.
Turned heads around. There we go. We'll swing
Oh
it.
yeah, I could have flipped that.
Yeah, head turners coming into sight. Is it gonna be? This is a round. Are they really going for this? Hampus and Plopsky. Yes, the health is low, but you're out of time, my friend. And
he's
Flush.
gotta do it.
Oh, Flush is gonna get the knife now. Oh no, Plopsky. There it comes. Flusher, the man who denied JW his knife earlier in the game, now brings in one of his own. And that's insult to injury. Hampus is now running his way away. He's being chased. He's got to get the heck out of dodge. And he knows they're coming for him. He knows they're on his trail. And he's going to miss the shot. He's done for. The spam's coming through. Death is on its way. No, not another knife. He will deny that at least. And kills everyone. Hampus does not forgive. A 4K in the round, I believe. At least 3 there on the tail end. You can't knife this man. You might get away with the knife on Plopsky, but not on Hampus. Not today, friend.
Yeah, I believe it was the 4K because he got the opening kill as well. It lets him save the op, and it does give them a pretty good buy here with the reinvestment, allowing all the weapons. There's no real lack of nades either, I suppose. And it was good damage towards Fnatic, but they need to ensure they win this round. Otherwise, Fnatic are just going to run away with 7 already on that T side with a chance for even more. But there we go, Twist. He has an AWP in play as well, able to aggress initially down towards mid. And catch the second mid player being Brolin, I believe, pushing forward there. But as we see, elsewhere the trade again does get returned real quick. And it means that Hampus around B is going to be under a lot of pressure on his own once again. Forced forward by the molly, but still making it work. He's going to head and double down. Oh, and the flash is perfect as well to try and keep this this push from coming in too quickly. It allows for the rotates to start commencing for the CTs. And it allows for now Rez as well to get pretty quickly in behind that banana.
They needed someone to step up. It's apparently going to be Hampus. He only gets 2 in this one, though, and unfortunately, that might not be enough. They still got to get back through these smokes. They'll wait for them to dissipate. They do have kits. They've got a lot of utility as well on Rez for this retake, which he's going to start tossing, but now he's been spotted by JW. No! Out in the open, unexpecting. Did not dream to think a player would swing around, and so JW's going to kill everyone. Twist misses a gimme shot. And that's going to be the off down with no damage. So well done from JW. To be quite frank, a little bit of a misplay from Ninjas in Pajamas across the board to deal with him. And now it's Fnatic with a 5-round lead. And my prediction of 25 kills for Threat, starting to look like it's in Threat.
Yeah, only now.
Only now. This is definitely valid when I made
Maybe
it.
if you said Hampus, he could still maybe get there. 9-4 right now.
Hampus looks good. I will say that. Hampus looks really good with that AWP.
He does. He's been given a lot of impact, but he needs his teammates to step up as well. And at least for the beginning of this round, and for this round in general, I wouldn't imagine it's going to happen. Just pistols that they're limited to. But yeah, as I said, it's going to be 7 already for Fnatic. And pretty much every round then that they can add on top of that on their T side just leaves them in an even better position. They're going to be looking fantastic no matter what. As I said, NiP, they turned it around pretty sharply out of nowhere on Nuke, so maybe it can happen again here on Inferno, but I'm beginning to struggle to be as optimistic as I was back on the first map. It seems like Fnatic are just a bit too much for them to handle at moments. Hampus does pick off one with the Deagle, so he continues on with the positive trend of actually finding frags. By the time he gets that AK in his possession, he's left alone. They're all focusing on him, they don't even care. The bomb is there, man. Just go plant, maybe? I don't know. They're going to send the Mach 10 in to the spams.
They're having a lot of fun.
Yeah, you don't want to force this too much, though, because you could still give this away. Surely... Oh, it was all just a bait. JW was flanking.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't even realize. The BM spams, that's a standard JW/Fnatic thing.
I think once Fnatic is having this much fun with the 6-round lead, you are in trouble. I mean, we knew they were in trouble coming into it, but you can tell Fnatic, the weight is off as soon as they won Nuke. Because they played seriously throughout Nuke. It was a tough contest. They really made a run of it. And you could see the rounds where things weren't necessarily going their way. But now here on Inferno, they're steamrolling. JW's got 14 kills through 8 rounds. 14 kills, team. It's not quite 2 kills around, but it's not far off. His ADR is at 195. 195 ADR.
Yeah, I mean, that's pretty ridiculous. Especially when his earlier knife kill even was stolen away by Flusha.
Yeah, he could have more.
One of his
He could have
deaths is
more
from
if
that as
Flusha
well.
didn't nade him.
You gotta remember that. He actually only has 4 deaths to the NiP players. Yeah, it's 7-1, man. They're just running away with this. It doesn't look like NiP are going to be able to put up as much of a fight as they did back on Nuke. And, I mean, on paper, it makes sense when you look at the actual statistics of the map. We said it was going to be a real struggle for NiP moving onto Inferno, and thus far it has been. JW, can he get more? No.
Ooh.
He is going to be shut down early on this time around. So, an important pickup there from Twist, but now he's trapped around Boiler. The no-scope connects. He is going to be flanked out pretty soon through the apartments as well, so we'll see if he'll shift his attention. But has he called over the fact that long control is gone? I think he did, but Threat unfortunately doesn't expect Golden already to actually be pushed up so close in the arch. So that gives some space now for Fnatic to work with. The only issue is they've not really gotten anything around Banana, and they still know, of course, that there is a CT around mid, or that area in general right now, so they need to be cautious. They can't really join up with each other too easily.
Plopsky, I don't think Flush is aware that he could be in this angle. Plopsky, the timing on the swing, if they flash him into the angle, if Rez chucks a flash deep down Banana, that would be huge. Oh, nearly catches him with utility out. Flusha manages to escape, but he'll miss the shot. Nicely done, and that's bomb dropped. That's huge. Now, Crims, here's the player close up, wants to get this punish, and Golden's got a cheeky angle to be fair, but now that he's known, it doesn't matter. It's all on Crims, and Crims wants to do damage, but it's going to be Twist to get it through. Cheeky 3K, and the NiP Twist gets the crowd excited here, as Ninjas in Pajamas are back on the board.
Don't tease us by saying proud, bro. What the hell? Yeah, no, that second shot, especially from Twist, the no-scope. It's a gamble. Wouldn't hit for me. But Twist, he had it on point. He must have his a crosshair on his monitor, you know?
Gotta have it. Yeah, he's just got the crosshair that goes all the way across your screen. You seen those?
I used to have a bind to change my crosshair to that for lining up smokes. It made it a lot easier when I used to play the game actively. Or at least often enough for that to matter. Oh, Plopsky. Was kind of trapped between 2 Molotovs there, so he did have to commit to the fight. But spraying away, obviously, just kind of gave away his exact position. An easy return then for Flusha, and so much nade damage on top of that already done. Fnatic, they're looking to return quickly, but the actual frags themselves not being as one-sided. Tre even able to pull it back into the 2-on-2, and then as you see Rez catching Crims out of mid-air, suddenly it falls all onto Golden. The in-game leader. Can he deliver the frags that are needed? No. Rez was ready over on long. So there's a 3rd round for NiP, and they've chained together a couple. So this could be the start maybe of a streak of rounds for NiP. Who knows? That's actually broken down the money finally as well for Fnatic.
It has, and that's a 4K as well for Rez. And Rez, as we saw in Nuke, was a critical piece in terms of just dealing damage, especially in that second half of the AWP. So he's now doubled his kill count, comes out with the 4K, he's got the op. Things are starting to get very interesting indeed for NiP, and Fnatic maybe a bit on the back foot. They've got Mad Deegs this round, going in with the strong Deagle energy. But the question is, what can they do? Damage would be nice. If they get 2 or 3 kills, that's okay. If they get a bomb plant, that's great. If they somehow pull off this round, that is very bad for NiP.
Yeah, that'd be pretty detrimental. You've got to remember, there was a similar position back on Nuke when it was close. I believe it was a 13-13 when they managed to win out the Deagle round. Or the round.
My short-term memory is that
oh,
of
no,
the
they
Goldfish.
didn't win it, wasn't it? No, sorry, they ended up losing the afterplant in the 4-on-2, my bad. It was the following round that they lost when the momentum really shifted. But it did kind of cost them the fact that they dropped so much to the pistols. So you definitely don't want to be letting that happen again. I'm sure they are trying to learn their lesson at least. Nothing too crazy in terms of the actual hold. I'm surprised they have a second player still here with Hampus. Not wanting them to get overrun, I suppose, but he actually falls back off the angle just as the push comes in, so he doesn't get that info too early, but he hits 4 of them. He hits 4 of them with the op right there. Only 1 kill, unfortunately, but he's helped out Plopsky a lot.
That's amazing. That's amazing. Now Plopsky, I mean, there's such soft targets. This is going to be an assist farm for Hampus. He's done so much damage with that 1 shot. That was a 300 bullet shot, I'm pretty sure. JW down, everybody just melting away, and it's all onto Brolan to see if he can recover. What was at one point looking a little promising, and Hampus said, no, not today. This isn't happening. He's the only player who was not touched by Hampus, who was not damaged, but he won't be able to do much more. It's a 4K for Plopsky, but really I feel like 2 more of those kills should probably go over to Hampus. He's going to get the assist farm out of that round, and he is pacing the board. I also need to roast you just for a second. here, Dean.
Okay, I'm gonna
He
get
called it
roasted.
the operator. Wrong game.
Did I say operator? I didn't even notice.
You did.
I haven't even been playing Valorant, man. I don't know.
No?
No.
I was gonna get you for it.
Yeah,
It's a little confusing now that there's an op in 2 different games that we both occasionally cast.
that's my bad then. I actually didn't even notice, man. It just came out. My bad. Yeah, I'm sure they can forgive me. I have like over 8,000 hours on CS. It's not like I'm a big Valorant dude or anything.
I'll forgive you. I
Thank you,
welcome
thank
you
you.
back into the fold.
Twitch chat's usually rootless though, so they won't.
That's Mitch Man's the one we lost to Valorant full time, it seems. He's been claimed.
Yeah, he's been over there queefing and stuff.
I did enjoy that clip. Oh, it's golden. So, well, Golden's actually in the server now. Let's see what they can do. They don't have a lot of utility. It seems like they're going to bring in a little bit of pressure. We got the scout for JW. Fnatic obviously already 7 rounds on this team side. They're doing fine, but it was looking dominant at one point. They'd like to get back to that thought. It's going to be pressure in towards A, and there are many CT bodies here. 4 players to be exact around the site. There are only 2 to deal with this lane approach. It's a good crossfire. You got the player up by Cold Zero. You got the player on balcony in threat. This is a really good hold. Going to be a flash here for a bold peek, but it doesn't work. They were playing anti-flash by the pillar, and Crim's even blinded still gets the kill. So Plotsky down in the dumps. A bold move for NiP, boldly rebuffed, and now this could be a big threat for Rez. He's tied up. He's playing this close with the AWP. This is insane. This is madness. The player will jump through. He knows he can get the kill, but he just gets the leg and he gets punished. That was a little too bold, Rez. A little too much.
Yeah, it was adventurous. Golden, though, it was fortunate he was jumping to actually avoid the death, but there has been a recovery already. Twist getting one of the kills there as he peeked down mid, but no, it doesn't last too long. Fnatic instantly sweep up Twist and threaten with that, yeah, neutralize the threat. They have the full A bomb site. Thankfully, because the time was running low, they didn't have too long to get it over towards B if that would have been still the goal. So Hampus, yeah, he's forced to go ahead and just save this up. It's going to give them probably just the op to work with in this next round. Obviously, their loss bonus had been ran down a little bit as they started picking up some rounds themselves. Sitting on, yeah, they're only going to get the 1900 off of this one. So, I mean, it'll allow Hampus to drop a weapon. Rez can buy up as well. We'll see exactly what they're going to go for here, but it probably won't be perfect if they do want to buy.
I think they'll be all right, since I think Rez can, with 1900, drop 2. Is that correct? Yes, he'll be above 7k. So he'll be able to drop 2 if you'd like to. Might be a bit limited on the utility. Hampus can drop 1. They should be all right. I think Threat's probably limited onto a Deagle or some such, but that's okay. It's probably where Threat wants to be playing anyways, wants to be taking that economic hit for the team. But let's see. There's the FAMAS that goes out. We've got the rifles being spread around. There's the AWP down. There's definitely another gun that came out of this, right? Or did I do my math wrong?
Not too
They got a
sure.
second op?
Oh, damn, okay.
Wow.
Threats on the Deagle, but that's not
coming.
too big of a deal when you have that second op to deliver the extra firepower, especially. Yeah, but your 25 prediction isn't looking too likely. I'm going to remind you of that once again.
He's a second half stud, you know? He's gonna come
saving
alive
it
on
all
the
for like
side.
one big burst. Yeah, I get you.
Yeah, he's gotta make it look good. He's gotta put the doubt in. Nice kill for Plopsky. Speaking of putting the doubt in, he's putting the doubt into Fnatic's round. This nade might just find it. No, I think JW's gotten past.
Yeah,
But great control for Plopsky and the AK upgrade here. So excellent start to the round here for NiP.
Oh, Twist, though, he wasn't able to move back. He got mollied out of under quad. He obviously knew the player was in boiler. He'd been trying to deal with that threat for a while, but ends up then being overwhelmed. And with that, it flips the advantage back towards Fnatic once again. But there is JW, obviously, having been tagged up a lot early on. Brolin taking a small bit of damage as well, so it's certainly not gone yet for NiP. But the issue is Threat. He's going to be one of these players over on A. He needs to step up now, initially at least, because Rez is around on long. He's actually picked up the op, though. Will there be a smoke put down to actually block off Moto? They do have a couple available.
Okay.
Hampus over towards B gets one, and Threat as well spots the first coming out of the apartments. Nearly had the opportunity to drop another, but it doesn't matter at this point. He's pushed JW back. He's going to head into third. That attack itself, because JW on 14 health. There's not really too much he can do. Is the save an option? No, it's not. Threat's going to push in towards mid and manage to
Threat
catch the
doesn't
back
have
exposed.
save.
Don't get the op. You don't need it. Yeah, it looked like he was running towards it initially.
Here's where it starts. Here's where the Threat action starts. He's got 6 kills, 6 and 10. Look, it's almost as many as he had in the previous map. So Threat's doing fine here on Inferno. He's starting to step it up a little bit. I don't know. I think a little bit of energy coming in from Threat that might just propel them over the line. Obviously, again, Fnatic have still had a phenomenal half, but if we can tackle in these last 2 rounds for NiP, they're going to have a reasonable chance to make a game of this. And considering how close Nuke got, I would love to see a tight game between these two. Nice nades down Banana. Golden is limping after those as he caught them full on the chin. And Flusha and JW, a little worse for the wear as well. Either way, Fnatic battered and bloodied before they even see a CT.
Yeah, I mean, Flusha and JW limping a bit as well after those nades. It certainly doesn't help out. Twist has taken some damage around the apartments, I believe that is, as you see them attempting to try and swing in and actually follow up on it, but Threat rather was also ready, so when he started to help out, the opening frag with that goes the way of NiP, and well, only 4 players now left for Fnatic, and with the banana control being in their favor, to decide that they just want to get going forward. As we said, though, a few players already tagged up by the nades. Hampus, though, he spotted them cross in, wasn't able to really get posted up on the angle, instead relying on Plopsky to be able to shut them down, and he's only able to find 2. So that's actually going to give the bomb plant over very likely. And when you look at the health for both Twist and Threat, you have to get worried.
Yeah, we'll talk about this after the round, but for the moment, bookmark what Hampus was trying to do from the pillar. We'll come back to it. Crims and JW trying to hang on to this one. The retake on. That smoke down for Banana. No one is out towards Banana. Big miss from JW. Rare and unusual. He's missed twice now. He's going for the fast peaks. There he's got one, but it's Threat down. Rez will take care of him. It's all on to Crims. Crims has been caught, and he's out. So the defuse on. Now I'd like to talk about what Hampus was doing. He was peeking for info from behind that pillar, and it was just working out terribly for him. Every time he peeked, it was the exact second that no T was in vision while they were crossing, and then he'd peek back in and one would cross. The most unfortunate timing in the world for Hampus there. Fortunately for him, it doesn't wind up costing his team. NiP do manage to take a 6th round.
Yeah, that was thanks to Plopsky picking up that big double kill. But yeah, I mean, it's a position there where, yeah, as you said, you want to get the info, you want to try and stay alive a little bit longer. But it didn't work out as hoped. The time, and I didn't notice that was exactly as they were crossing. I couldn't quite tell. I'm watching it on a slightly smaller screen because I have like the pop out from the production feed, so I can see the hood. So I didn't even notice it was just that they were crossing. A little bit awkward. I thought he had spotted them, but yeah, it went well in the end either way for NiP. They got that round, and they have a chance to still salvage up towards 7, which didn't look possible even about 4 rounds ago. So this has been a great job from NiP in getting the recovery. Can they close out this final round, and then can they deliver on the T side as well? Because it's by no means going to be easy. Plopsky caught around the car position, unfortunately, and just spammed down. Surprised Flusha tried to immediately swing back in, though. Maybe he thought he'd be able to catch the upper falling back because the molly had gone down, but we seen, of course, it was a bit more of a passive angle initially from Rez. But that flank as well, only going to be good for 1, so not a bad trade. That's going to get them an M4. In the hands of Brolin as well, that's so scary. Threat in towards middle, he's the only A defender. Caught as they jump through the smoke, trying to get the HE down, and suddenly A has fallen. Hampus gets caught as well, rotating around long. This round has fallen apart completely for NiP. As Rez, of course, he's going to have to look to try and at least attempt the retake maybe in the final round, but it's not going to be allowed. Brolin waiting in the smoke, pounces as soon as it fades away.
So a 9-6 half in favor of the T side for Fnatic. This definitely doesn't bode well for NiP, but at least we saw some fight for them at the end. Maybe we can carry that through. Obviously, that last round goes horribly awry, but they've got some fight. They've got some energy here. It's been the JW show over on the Fnatic side. He's at 20-10 right now. We've seen attempted knives. We've seen all sorts of goofy plays coming out as he's having a lot of fun, it seems, in this particular game. But with this scoreline being a bit tighter than Fnatic were expecting, I think, at the beginning of this half, I think we might see them dial down a bit more. But I don't think that's going to slow down JW. He's going to get the op in his hand on CT side, and I think he's really going to be a force to be reckoned with.
Yeah, he did slow down a little bit in terms of the frags, obviously, there towards the end of the half, but that was because NiP were coming back in. Even then, he was still getting some good entries and such. But yeah, just 20 frags in general after the halftime. He's looking fantastic. With that, guys, we are actually going to have to send it over to a break just for a moment. We'll have a couple of minutes here at the halftime before we get into that second half. So do stick around, and we'll be back real soon. We're back, guys, and we're ready to see, of course, if Fnatic are going to be able to close this one out with a 2-0, or if NiP can manage to recover now here on the T side of Inferno, as Plopsky doesn't start it off as well as he would have hoped anyway, taking the nades there to the body. But elsewhere, we do see the opening kill actually coming in favor of NiP. JW caught as he was attempting to aggress in the apartments early, but Brolan ready to follow it up. We mentioned earlier, though, the CZ, it doesn't have as many bullets as you would hope for most of the time, and you can see it in that case, indeed, it's going to be costing Brolan a bit as he gets traded on instantly. Oh, and they're just going to burst onto B, I believe. They caught Flush it just as he rotated back around to the spawn as well.
This is perfect. He's not going to connect at all, just going for the spam through smoke, but of course that's just a crapshoot, and he's not going to have his lucky numbers come off this time. Bomb's going to be planted, a 4-on-3 full retake. Important to note, Flush does have the kit. They do have a single flashbang to get back through, and you imagine they're going to use that to some effect. Toss it over, peek from the site, perhaps. Here's the swing. They're trying to bait a peek back from Coffins, but NiP are playing passive. There's no reason to get bold. Golden does find threat. And Flusha, a second. This is getting interesting now. The health is quite low for the remaining Fnatic members, but that might be enough. Good shot for Rez, follow-up for Twist, and now it's all on Prince, and he's run out of time, and he's run out of life. NiP, big pistol round to keep them in this, to give them a chance here in the second half and start things off well.
Yeah, but are we going to see a similar situation with just crazy back and forth now in these opening rounds, or can NiP actually manage to retain it here? Because on Nuke, the opening, like, what, 6 or 7 rounds were just both teams trading force buys back and forth.
Yeah. You know Fnatic's going to force buy immediately.
Oh, yeah. We didn't even have to debate about that. That's why we didn't discuss it. We could see it being bought up within the first second of the round beginning. A few Deagles, a couple CZs. Nades-wise, they do at least have smokes across the board. A couple HGs, but with those nades, at least in the initial seconds, trying to toss them out, not really doing any damage, and early on, NiP able to get themselves that banana control quite easily. So with so much time now, NiP, they can slow things down. Maybe they can work to get the control around mid and just open up options for themselves.
I'd just like to point out that Plopsky's Mac 10 skin is amazing.
Oh, that is quite nice, actually.
I don't think I've ever seen that one before.
I've lost track of the skins.
Glorious.
Back in the day, I knew.
I have no idea.
I can't follow anymore. There's been too many cases.
No clue. And we're not getting paid enough to afford them.
True.
He is going to be the playover from Flower Pots. This is a great setup for what the take that's going to come through. If there's a chance to do damage, it's pretty much this. Is Golden going to catch somebody out? That nade might soften them up, might persuade them there's a player back towards new box and focus their attention. Golden's going to get one. He's looking for more. Molly in. Golden gets himself a second. The CZ swings and doesn't get much, but Golden may have just done enough. Now he falls off. It's a 3-on-3 retake, a chance to really put some hurting on, especially if Dreko's down. He hasn't planted yet. Okay, but threat neutralized. Bomb can now go down comfortably. Thought there might be a moment for them to dump the bomb forward and perhaps be able to play off of it, really make this risky. Threat will falter, but he'll be instantly traded, and that's very nicely played from NiP.
Yeah, some good damage at least. There is that positive there for Fnatic to take from that round, but obviously the opportunity, it always arises then for the other team to, up against the Eco, make up for it if they can have a cleaner round and still actually get some money out of it. Especially with a couple Mac 10 still in play here for NiP. Upgrade-wise, we're not going to see much over on the Fnatic side. Just a P250 for Crims, a nade for Flushit, and a Deagle for Golden, which he was able to afford pretty much just because of those previous Deagle kills. Those are some nice shots, though, by Golden. We'll see if he can maybe add to the damage again here in this round. That would be fantastic if they're able to do so. 2 or 3 kills here being the goal for the CTs, really, with these upgraded pistols. Not going to be easy, though, for sure. Again, though, NiP not struggling anyway to get the control early, as you'd expect. Being confident, charging up the banana pretty much instantly. It'll be interesting to see, though, if they keep that up once the guns come out, because you'll have to worry about the nades, obviously. Oh.
Look at GW. Oh, he's gonna not quite get it. Twist survives, and the BM comes back. BM. 1 point of health for him. 1 point of health, but he's escaped with his life, and that's all that matters. And they got deep control over on B. Rez gets 1. There's the cleanup. 5 alive.
I hope Twist writes in chat I was 1 health, by the way.
Did he? Let me see.
I can't see. I said I hope he does.
Pulling it up.
More of a meme.
He hasn't.
Should have added to the BM.
I'm sure JW will check, though. 99 and 47. How many shots does it take with a USP? Full armored? A lot.
Too many, apparently. 9 to 9, though. Tied up here for NiP. as the opening gun round is going to have a lot to tell. Obviously, a couple weaker weapons being retained by NiP. They're going to be on pretty much a full bonus round here, actually, with the 2 MAC-10s and 3 AKs. So it's a pretty strong investment for a bonus round as well. So yeah, there's a couple rounds needed in a row, really, for Fnatic if they want to try and kick off the CT side early and get a bit of control for themselves. Oh, Spam though, already doing some damage, and Golden then hearing the noise of the jump, I suppose. Able to easily follow up with a couple more bullets. Opening kill going in favor of Fnatic, and that's what you need when you have a weaker weapon in play, when you don't have too many nades here on the CT side of Inferno. You need that early kill, just so the pressure's not on you, so it's on your opponent instead to make the first play. Oh, and they are indeed going to be willing to do so. Rez charges straight through towards the CT spawn. The flash just about protecting him as Flusha then gets overwhelmed, and Golden drops to the MAC-10 as well. Threat on the entries. He's a coach. Fantastic, though. That's what you want to see. Maybe the dream of 25 is still alive. Who knows?
I believe he's going to bring it back. He's keeping pace. He's 10 and 14. That is not a bad line by any measure in this game. He's doing a lot more for his squad. This, I think, is going to turn into a save pretty rapidly. 3v4. I mean, they're all positioned to try and get some kills. Brolin getting that kill might coax them back through. There's no kit available. I don't know if there's one down on site, but there is no kit in any of these players' hands. So time is starting to make the decision for them. You can see them backing out. Fnatic pulling the plug. Going to go ahead and save through this one. So NiP will take the lead. 10-9 is the scoreline. But Fnatic, having survived with 3 players alive in this round, will be able to pay the piper in the next and get another buy going.
Yeah, they'll be coming straight back out onto the buy, of course, but I mean, even then, maybe a couple of weaknesses on the players who drop over in terms of the nades. We'll have to see how exactly it works out. Nah, it's looking pretty good. Obviously, no op available. That's going to be maybe a little bit of 9. You wouldn't mind having that out on JW, especially with the fact that he is up on 20 kills, but that needs to be noted as well. He hasn't got a kill yet this half, and he was leading the way by a pretty substantial amount as well in the first half. Golden definitely helping him out on 12, but as you can see, the difference between JW and the rest of them quite substantial. But look at this, good nade damage early on. We mentioned that could be a little bit of a difficulty once the nades and the guns are in play for Fnatic, and yeah, following up towards Banana, they obliterate pretty much 2 of the players. It was Flusha to finish off Plopsky, but he was also naded down extremely low, and Hampus is too on the brink of death, so this should be a fairly straightforward round from this point forward for Fnatic. Too many F's in that sentence, man.
I don't think Fnatic have even seen a player yet, and they've killed 3. And Hampus is 1 foot in the grave. So now the bomb has to be recovered. They've got deep banana control. They've got a very comfortable setup on site. Brolin's going to hit the uppercut shot if Twist actually comes over that balcony, which he'll think better of. I mean, this round could not have gone better. Hampus has all this utility at his feet from all of his teammates who died. So he'll be able to restock the larder, but now he's all alone. And he's low on health, and he's out of here. So Fnatic, 5 players alive, back to their BM spray. Look, the first gun round didn't go their way, but the second gun round, they barely needed to use the guns.
Yeah, and when they did, they didn't need their eyes, apparently, most of the time.
Straight through the smoke.
Yeah, I mean,
classic Flusha.
That's not the end for NiP, obviously. They had built up quite a bit of money throughout their, what was it, 5 rounds or so? Or 4 rounds, rather, in a row that they had been able to pick up. So they are coming straight back out onto the buy. They're going to be rocking, unfortunately, Galil on towards Threat. They could have dropped them an AK from Twist, but you want to keep that bit of extra money. But here we go. Are they going to be able to return to get a bit of revenge, rather, immediately, and with that, potentially put Fnatic back into a bit of an awkward spot, although they themselves having some money. But obviously, you don't want to be letting NiP start running away with a lead here. This is way closer than I expected. We thought Inferno was going to be the fairly straightforward map for Fnatic, but no, they are struggling in the second half, especially.
I think it speaks to NiP's caliber that even down a piece, they're able to keep this battle going. And of course, with domestic matches, it just always seems to happen. You know, all Swedish game, you're going to get a spicy close game. It just always seems to be the case when you have domestic matchups between rivals. You can't make it too clean. That would just be boring. 3 players here towards B, and a smoke goes in. So Crims just came over probably to throw that utility, and then he wants to fade away, but he might stick around if they sniff all of this presence in towards Banana, because there are 5 players here bunched for the hit. And here they go. Flashes over, utility up over. On we sail. And that's a great opening pick for Plopsky. He's going to get traded, but he's done his work. He's opened up this site. Problem is, Golden has stayed alive in the back of site. Look at all the damage. Rez is gone. Hampus is barely still here. And it's a 3-on-2. Bomb's going to be planted. Twist has to back off because of the spam. Wants to try and return it, but that slowed them down at least just a bit. and the health is getting even lower. They're being whittled away bit by bit till only a toothpick remains, and Hampus doesn't even have positioning to get this bomb down. He has to cross back towards site. The smokes have faded. He's going to be able to re-smoke one angle, but in doing so, before it booms, JW will collect his corpse. Nicely done for Fnatic to take the lead, and NiP, without that bomb plant, have now hit a bit of a rut.
Yeah, they can scrape together another investment, but as you can see, it's not perfect. Twist having to drop the AK to Plopsky. Threat this time, not going to even get the Galil. I mean, it's pretty similar to the previous buy, to be honest. It's just Threat on a Tech 9 instead of the Galil, and then slightly worse in terms of the utility as well. But we'll see. I mean, if NiP end up losing this round, at that point, Fnatic have pretty much regained full control here on the CT side, and they're beginning to build up a bit of money, as we had mentioned as well. So this round is so important for NiP, otherwise they're probably going to be conceding over potentially even a 14th den if they have to take the eco. Oh, this could be dangerous for JW. Oh no, never mind. He spams in, finds two of them without even needing vision, and even does a ridiculous amount of further damage before eventually going down while blinded. Helps out Brolin, who eventually is going to be tested there as they push up through short. Crim's ready also if he's needed, and yeah, it's not looking good for NiP. Rez and Twist barely hanging on, and as I say that, it's all onto Rez now. Creeping through the smoke, about to be spotted, and Crim's, of course, has an easy kill. 12 to 10. Fnatic, they get back into their winning ways, and they should be able to keep it up for one more round at least. It's actually going to be only 13. My bad, I don't know how I messed up the math there.
I think this is really about what we expected from Fnatic. We were talking about it earlier when it was 10-10. We did not expect this competitive of a series on Fnatic's map pick. Obviously, we got an interesting game on Nuke, but there comes a certain time where Fnatic are just going to start to cruise away with it. So now they're going to be going for the full rifles. I'm surprised we haven't seen the AWP yet in any capacity, but I think they want to play fast. And of course, in an anti-eco, you do favor the M4 a little bit more just because it helps you avoid getting run down. JW, a quick little cheeky pick, or at least peek in towards alt mid to see if he can see anyone coming. Won't find anything for his efforts and has to get out of there without someone to watch the T ramp for him. But the pressure's going to be on in just a moment. I like the spot for Brolin. Since he knows his mid is clear, he can just sit here and peer right into the hallway. JW's looking for kneecaps. The X-ray's deceptive. The player's actually back in bedroom, so he hasn't spotted those yet. And now he comes looking in towards mid. That's a little too bold for JW. He will get punished. Even numbers, but that's a gun now retrieved, and that's reinforcement over to NiP.
Yeah, there had thankfully rather been the trade, of course, by Brolan, but the 4-on-4, an M4 now in the hands of Rez as well over there. It's a decent enough recovery, being able to get that 1-for-1 trade. Let's see what NiP can do now off the back of it as the nades go in. Hampus finds Brolin up close on the apartments, and now it's all on Crims. But he's gotten that first kill. Now he's going to say he could maybe waste the time. Unfortunately, caught there in the corner, and a little bit of a wallbang comes through, and Plopsky decides to use the time in there to pounce through the smoke on Golden. Flusha is going to be able to get himself to return, but now he's left alone in the 1-on-2. This could be NiP stealing it away with a force buy. Unless Flusha has something to say, and for the moment he's smoked off, unfortunately, for moving forward.
The time, I think, might make the decision for him. I really expected him to go for it, but he's just played it a little bit too slow. I think he was hoping to be able to get through this. He's going to take a peek through and see if he can't get a shot. There is a kid on his belt, so it's still viable, but I think he really just wants to get the punishment. Shot on Rez. And this has been lost for him. Wanted to do that last little bit of damage, see if he could prevent them from dying to the bomb, or from surviving, rather, but they are going to be A-okay just fine. Flush is going to have to deal with it. So another round for NiP in 11th. They bring it back within one. They are really keeping this close here, Dean. They are making a fight of it. Coach in the server or no. And we have to talk about it. Threat's doing fine. He's not putting up 25 kills, unfortunately, for my prediction. Yeah. But he is 11-18, and considering his new performance, this is A-okay. They can win with this.
This is what I said. That's what I had said in the beginning of the map. If Threat's able to deliver one kill the majority of the times even that he's pushed, then that's all you're really going to be expecting of him. So he's certainly been putting up a solid enough performance here on Inferno, as we can see, for NiP to be competitive. But is it enough for them to get the win is the question. He definitely needs the others to step up as well. And unfortunately for NiP, they've gone ahead and dropped the player early on. Rez being picked off by Flusha. One of the men who's been delivering a very solid amount of frags for them throughout this map and throughout the series so far in general as well. So a pretty big name to be losing in the beginning. They will at least find that full banana control pretty much for free. But what's going to be the goal with it? I believe Twister is going to maybe try and sell some presence around A, hope to keep those players in position for a little bit longer, but as we can see, B is likely to be the target, and it doesn't really seem like Fnatic are going to be really falling for that attempted fake right there. They have a quick rotation ready, at least there for Crims, but for now, just the 2 players on towards B.
Ooh. No, this is the hit. The bomb's here. It's committed. They're going through. Everybody's in position. That's the jump over. Flusher collects 1. His teammate's good for it. Golden will burn, but sticking in the flames to get that kill is critical. Hampus is trying to push Flusher out, but all it does for Flush is confirm that there's one more victim ready for him to take out of the server. And he will indeed. Twist, desperately trying to make a play through smoke, does get caught out. And that is going to be Fnatic with 4 alive, claiming another round on to 13. And the money, it's run out for NiP. They're going to force buy. Hampus is going to buy up the hero AK. They're going to go for this, it seems, but that is bold with a capital B. Is he the only one buying? Oof.
Is
hero AK time.
Yeah, I guess so. It's a bit of an awkward spot. I mean, yeah, I'll limit him in the next round. They get 1900, is it? What are they on? I was tapped in. Oh, 2400 actually coming into the next round. So yeah, I mean, they'll have a pretty good buy elsewhere. Hampus obviously going to be limited, but at least it gives them a bit of a chance here in this round. I suppose that's the approach that they're taking to it. But yeah, I mean, that 1 AK, how much is it really going to be able to do right now? I hope it can prove me wrong, but it still should be Fnatic looking at that 14 to 11 lead. And then this next gun round is going to be do or die for NiP. It might be tested pretty soon around mid. We've seen these smokes already being a bit of an issue when those pistols burst out. So hopefully in this round for Fnatic, they're not going to struggle to deal with it.
Flusher. Oh, I think he's so very ready for this. We've seen a couple collat shots. There was that, of course, insane collat shot from Hampus in this position where he kills 1 and nearly kills 3 more. This time, Flusher's actually going to back off of the angle, so he's not taking the fight, and there's only Rez sticking around with the Eagle. Oh, that's not a kill, but it is so much damage taken off of Rez. Now JW tucked into the nook. Been a star for them so far this game. He's going to get 2. And a 3rd. JW making short work of the competition. Hampus with the hero AK at least gets something from it. But it's now a 2v4. And they've only got the 1 gun. Rez barely clinging to life without armor. This is dire. Hampus, another. Rewarding their faith in him with the 1 rifle. But there's no way he's expecting Crims. And Crims will make sure that they're not getting a bomb plant out of this.
Yeah, it gets a little bit awkward with a couple of kills being found by Hampus, but not too big of a deal, especially as they're coming towards these final rounds. The money isn't obviously ideal for Fnatic. You don't want to be losing those players because it's a position where they lose a couple in a row and their economy's ruined. Even losing 1 actually would leave JW and Brolin a little bit short, so there is still a good opportunity. If NiP are able to get this round, then maybe you see the eco in the following for Fnatic. It lets NiP come back up to 13. 1 more gun round at that point, and they could be hitting map point, and perhaps the dream is still alive for us to see it Thrain as a decider, but yeah, I don't know. Fnatic looking a bit too strong right now, it seems. But as I said, it's not over. This round is what it comes down to. Not being allowed to actually get that banana control as easy this time over on the side of NiP, as you can see. The nades initially going down, the deterring it, and then Fnatic sending a couple of players as well to show the presence around that area, to ensure that NiP aren't going to be able to just advance forward for free and be as comfortable as they have been in the last couple of rounds they won. Words, why are they difficult?
So challenging. I will say one thing. NiP have clearly forced respect out of Fnatic. In the beginning, in the first half, when it seemed like they might just walk away from it, we had JW jumping around corners to try and knife people, Fnatic nading down their own teammates, having a good time with it. And now they're playing a much more serious game because they've been forced to. So we do have at least that going for NiP. They've made a game of it. They made a contest of it, and they still might. Damage done on the Twist. They're not out of things yet. They still have the players alive, but that nade, it could be deadly. Twist down to 4 points of health. He can barely take being hit by a smoke, much less being shot. And Broland, big kill onto Hampus. He's a man who's been amazing for them so far, and now he's out of it. Plopsky by the hay cart. That smoke will block his vision. He's going to go on top of it, but I think Crims is ready for him. No, Plopsky has the angle. Has a bit of the one-way, and Twist will follow it up from the exact same spot. 24 seconds. They have to sprint the bomb towards site if they're going to have this. And meanwhile, Golden's going to start the retake before the bomb even makes its way through. I don't think they've left themselves enough time here, Dean. I think
No.
they're going to be done on clock.
There's no way he gets out of the apartments onto the site. Golden just tucked in up closer, should have a free kill. The bomb's dropped and it's done. Twist on 4 health with just about the same amount of time. And indeed, he's going to be dropped. He had actually found the first kill over towards Long, so maybe there was a bit of a chance right there, but it needed to be an instant headshot pretty much for the frag to be found, and it wasn't allowed. Fnatic map point, and of course off the back of that, match point as well, as they are 1 round from putting an end to this series. As we had said, both teams unfortunately not going to be making playoffs, so it doesn't really affect all that much, but it's still a Swedish showdown. It's the Swedish derby. You want to be coming out on top of it to show that you're the best. Obviously, you have to put a small asterisk beside it because, I mean, NiP are playing with threat right now.
Yeah, suboptimal. Certainly suboptimal. But a chance for Fnatic to, you know, flex their position. Maybe they're out of this tournament, but it's one more chance to get yourself a victory over an established domestic opponent. Propel yourself up in the rankings a bit. Even if there's that big ol' asterisk on it. Flusha looking for the shot here, fully blinded. Golden will be annihilated. And now Flusha has to hold the line, but he'll hit the timing shot, blind or no. He's looking for more. And it's Flusha, so you know he's just going to go for it. That smoke, there's a gap. Oh, do they know there's a gap? They don't. That's the bomb dropped at the feet of Flusha. Big error here. Not recognizing and communicating that there was that gap and flashing for it. Bomb's going to be retrieved and go down, but this is a chance back in, and Flush is taking advantage with a no-scope. The player goes down top car. It's all over. That's 16-11. Fnatic have it. They have map point. They have the 2-0 in the series. NiP put up a hell of a fight with their coach in the server, but at the end of the day, Fnatic were just too much for them to handle.
Yeah, I mean, Nuke 16-14, able to bring it as close as they did here as well on Inferno. It was shocking, not going to lie, especially with on Nuke threat having such a poor performance. He then stepped up on it here on Inferno, and that's what I would say allowed them to get a little bit closer. Obviously, didn't quite hit your prediction at 25 frags, but he delivered what you could expect of a coach who's stepping in, of course, I would imagine fairly last minute, and probably hasn't been playing too much of the game. But yeah, Fnatic, they get themselves that victory. As we had mentioned, not really too much on the line there since both teams were already out. But it's about pride in this case, I would imagine. And yeah, as you also noted, Fnatic, they were forced to show a bit more respect to NiP throughout that game. They had started off with JW trying to knife people and then getting naded by his teammates to stop it and everything, to getting real dodgy there at one point and really seeming like there was a chance for us to actually see a map number 3.
Beginning of this half, it was definitely in doubt, and then they quelled all of our doubts. 31 kills for JW, incredible individual performance, and I think that wraps us up here, Dean, for our brief foray into Pro League. Thank you so much to everyone who tuned in. It was our pleasure to get a chance to cast the ESL Pro League.
Yeah, I had a fantastic time. I'm sure we'll be able to come back and do some other things in the future. But as Mike said, that was it for us today. We obviously had the Big versus ENCE game earlier on, which was fantastic. That had some great moments as well. It was Big in the end who were able to come out on top of that one 2-1. And that one carried more weight. That actually did allow for Big to come through with the second seed then, I believe, over in Group A. Obviously here then Fnatic able to get this victory, not having quite the same amount of meaning to it, but as we said, still the pride definitely there on the line. But that's going to be it for us, guys. We are going to be ending the stream here. If you enjoyed, make sure you hit that follow button above the stream so you know when we go live in the future, of course, with more tournaments. And if you enjoyed the commentary from Mike and myself, you can put !caster in the chat if you want to check us out, and perhaps give us a follow on Twitter if you're feeling really nice. But that's it, guys. We're going to go ahead and end it here. Thank you for watching.
With the right CPU, you can turn any game from familiar to phenomenal. Unleash the potential in all your gaming with Intel 10th Gen processors. With its optimal balance of threads, cores, and frequency to deliver elite real-world performance, only Intel can bring Marvel's Avengers to life with in-game PC optimizations. Supercharge your Marvel's Avengers experience with Intel Core i5, i7, and i9 processors.
What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
begun. It's my I got a feeling that it's just begun. It's my I got a feeling that it's just begun. Oh, can you hear me? I think I'm still alive. High up in the clouds and I'm never gonna come back, never gonna come back down. I won't hesitate. I will never fall behind. Spare me the details. I got big things on my mind. Hello, can you hear me? I think I'm still alive. High up in the clouds and I'm never gonna come back, never gonna come back down. Hello, can you hear me? I think I'm still alive. High up in the clouds and I'm never gonna come back, never gonna come back down. There's no more time or space for mundane days, but I can't turn away. It's my name they're calling out. I didn't come here for the cloud. I came to scream, I came to shout. I'm not dead yet. Embrace your destiny, slay your enemy, raise a legacy. No more apologies, trust your abilities, gather the energies. Pull yourself back together, been staying off track forever. Child of the nation, will seek redemption, time for salvation. Today is meant to be day of victory, time for history. Reverse the tendency, fight the entropy, channel your rivalry. You're praying for fortune to come, you're hearing the sound of the drums. It's too late to backtrack, get back, you're back now. Keep your feet on the ground and stand up. You've got what it takes to fight back. Don't stop until you black out, 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 out. Stand up, up. You've got what it takes to fight back, back. Don't stop until you black out, out. Give what you got, show them how to make a miracle. Stand up, up. You've got what it takes to fight back, back. Don't stop until you black out, out. Give what you got, show them how to make a miracle. Go save your team, be a hero. Take home the cup, be a star. They waiting for you, take aim, shoot your arrow. It's your time to shine, show them who you are. Stronger, gotta go faster, gotta get better, gotta work harder. It's fight or fight now, get up now. Go with the move, go for the goal, lead up the stadium, you know how it's done. Stand up, go what it takes to fight back, don't stop until you back out. Give all you got, show him how to make a miracle. Stand up, go what it takes to fight back, don't stop until you back out. Give all you got, show him how to make a miracle. Stand up, you've got what it takes to fight back. Don't stop until you black out. Stand up, got what it takes to fight back. Don't stop until you black out. Give all you got, show him how to make a miracle. Stand up, got what it takes to fight back. Don't stop until you back out. Give all you got, show him how to make a miracle.
Thank you so much, Trace. It's all about the Nuki. Let's get into our third map. It's time to lock in our final semi-finalist. One spot, two teams, EG and Mouse. I'm joined by Henry G, and we are into the play. Love that breakdown from Chad. Really gets me going.
Well, Ben, it will be a T-start here for Evil Geniuses, and we've got some lobby aggression from Chris J. He'll open things up nicely, a clinical shot towards the squeaky door room, and now, what's the play? What are they going to do with this man disadvantage? It's actually going to be a 5 versus 3. Frozen needs to fall back here, takes a few bullets, but now needs to hold on to the advantage.
That advantage is so big, so early. 2 bodies dropped with an aggressive 3-man push. And look what that's done to the rest of them. Cirque's the one that perhaps could be the linchpin to somewhat of a comeback in this, and jumping for info gets it. He's making plenty of noise, but they know there's one holding the rafters. Likely comes as no surprise. Stacked up on top side, Cirque continues to try and take that fight. The swing from Frozen is there, and not winning the fight cleanly. Cirque does get another chance. He gets 2. We're back to a 3v3, folks, and 60 seconds on the clock. EG have been gifted a way back in.
Is it enough, though, Alex? 3-on-2 now. Boxy pulls one back with the P2000. Tarek yet to strike in this round. He makes his way out of the hut. They need to recover that bomb, and it looks as a great position from Carrigan here, but close range. A Glock should have come out on top, but he does hold strong. Cirque now already found 2 kills in the round, takes himself down to 8 HP. That's far from ideal. And at this point, it looks like the round might be done. A nice lobby push coming from the CTs here. Cirque would have to find some clinical headshots. I don't think that's going to be delivered at this point. Trying to find $300 if possible. 20 seconds remain, and it's just a matter of time before he goes down here. He knows Chris J's in that position, but at this point, this waiting to go down. 1 bullet will do it, and Voxic finds it. A chance there, absolutely. A 5-on-3, a couple of kills towards a heaven position. A nice point of access there, but no bomb planted. And it's going to be $2,000 per player now. And will they force buy in the second? Here was the push from Chris J. No one watching the round for him whatsoever. And at that point, forcing them to commit towards outside.
Ooh, Frozen shot. Yeah, didn't get to see that the first time. Thank God we do. Real precise stuff from Frozen. And the start, Mouse Sports wanted. It's going to be the force and response from EG on this T side.
It is indeed. CZs and Deagles and all 5 players towards the lobby for now. So going to be focusing towards the round, try and keep it close range. Robs, though, very capable in this position. He'll drop the smoke to deny the rush at least, but Ooh, takes his vision away for a second. It costs him the control. A decent grenade will do some damage there, but he's going to be overwhelmed by the CZs, but he's managing it very well. 2 headshots delivered. It will be Cirque to Wallbanger to finish things off there. Lurk from Stanislaw is shut down. The only objective they can really have now is planting the bomb. That will be guaranteed here. Cirque, joined by Breezy. They've got the FAMAS, but a 4-on-2 retake here.
Nice little splash of cash for EG. Anything more they can take away from the CTs here as a bonus. Well, Cirque's not going to be able to make too much more of an impact. He did throw the FAMAS off to Breezy, and now standing his ground in the flames. He actually gets away from it as well. A chance for a third! Breezy! Oh, and Carrigan, he only had 14 HP. That's not far off from being ungodly. But a second secured for Mouse. Breezy reminds them and tells them exactly what's coming in this third map of the series. He's looking hot.
We saw this on Inferno. This is almost exactly what happened on their CT side. They had a successful pistol. Second round was looking good. It comes right down to a 1 versus 1. That's going to enable a force buy once again. We saw the Galils on Inferno. I suspect the same thing coming through in round number 3. And yes, they're being purchased now. A great attempt there. Tarek is like, yeah, respect. Like, you had no business getting close to that round. And there will be Galils, 1 AK-47, and a Krieg. It's a very similar scenario. If they win this round, there'll be no money left on the Mouse Sports side.
Perhaps once bitten, twice shy. Mouse Sports won't be losing an early man here on Nuke. Woxic, actually, there's a gap in that smoke, and the second he has a look, he does get tagged down to 30. That could really make it difficult to hold the outside. He's not alone, though, and Chris Chase at the moment smoked off. The Astralis smokes, and Chris Chase is going to walk through it. Oh, another Chris Chase smoke push.
Yeah, he's doing a lot of that today, isn't he? Hasn't already worked out at all. It's going to be the early advantage for EG on this force. It will be the Krieg to find the opening frag. Damage inflicted towards Voxic as well. He'll have to just cower in towards CT, spawn into deny access towards Heaven. Rob's passive as well. A lot of KG setups in the CT side of Mouse Sports so far, but that's very impressive from Voxic. Knew he had to get an advantage somewhere, and he does take down Breezy, but Cirque is hot on his heels.
This is such a peculiar fight to be happening so early into the round. It's 45 seconds, and Cirque playing evasive will pop his head up to say hello, and it's a hard shot, but Woxic actually connects. Robs can even finish that. Where's the call? Where's the comms? He would have the line. In fact, I think he did. There it is, finally. Seizing the advantage back, Woxic doing so much after taking early damage. A frag and a dink converted. They do descend to the lower site. Frozen will be receiving them.
Great movement for him, though. He spots the information on 2 of them, rotates towards the bomb site. They've got no idea. That's the bomb denied as well. 10 seconds remaining. He might have done enough here, but Ethan fighting back. This kill might decide the round here, but there we go. It is going to be Mouse Sports stabilizing towards the end. It got a little bit out of control there for 1 second. They lost the opening pick, and Voxic had to fight back from CT spawnable positions there. Painted into a corner, still managed to get the dink on Cirque at range. Then it was Robs to close things out there, force him down towards lower, and really nice play from Frozen. Didn't overcommit, didn't take the challenge, made sure he had positional control towards the bomb site there with the clock running incredibly low.
Yeah, Woxic. He was responsible for outside. They tag him up, they take Warehouse, but still manages to contribute enough. Frozen finishing it off, and Tarek looking to start things off straight through with a CZ. And Carrigan, no more bullets, doesn't need any. His teammates are keeping him safe and sound for now, but Ethan will take him out. And another one from Ethan. Ethan actually not far off from 3. Good damage inflicted. You really are on your toes constantly versus Evil Geniuses.
This is exactly what happened in Inferno. It was a 5-0 deficit, but all the rounds are so closely contested up until that point. They just had to win a single round at that stage, and then Mouse Sports crumbled. Carrigan, though, completely blind, somehow manages to get 2 here. Fair play to him. The bomb goes down, but Ethan, you were right. He almost got 3 kills out of this one. 3 bullets left in the CZ. Wasn't quite enough at that point. 4-0 comes through, but the buy is available now for EG. Rifles across the board, all the utility they could ask for, and the money is at absolute 0 from Mouse Sports, even though they found a 4-0 start here, and towards outside we go. For Voxic has been very impressive so far. Great grenade as well. Ethan down to 6 HP.
That hurts. That hurts so much, almost impossible to comprehend. How does a nade? It must have been 2.
Must have been.
Well, they're likely going to use that disadvantage to try and manufacture the advantage. They'll use Ethan to scout out Secret. And, well, finished off by Robs. Can't transfer. It's perfect. Their spacing was good, but look at the damage inflicted. My goodness, another frag, but all of them
great smoke.
Hamstrung, and the smoke arrives just as they descend.
So they know exactly where EG are now. They've spotted a couple of players down towards Secret. They smoked them out. They've got the man advantage. Stanislaw's low. Same story for Cirque as well. Voxic just making sure they're locked in towards that position, but he does avert his gaze for a second. Cirque sneaks out. That's the bomb. Nails it. That's such a great shot. He's such a quick sniper. And now, at this point, that should be another frag. Doesn't quite connect, but doesn't have to commit to that one. They've got a massive lead here.
Knows he's done enough. Carrigan gonna get caught with nade in his hand. Woxic in the meantime did deal with outside, so this becomes a very difficult clutch, and Woxic's got a fourth, I believe. No, 3 in the round. Christian Robs, one of the early contributions. Wow, Mousesports, they get that 5-0 lead. They have been taking leads across this series. Inferno, both pistols, and that 5-0 start that you were referencing, it's been acquired once again.
Yeah, but this time the bomb doesn't go down for
No.
EG. That was the big difference maker on Inferno. They were planting every single round, then 1v1s ensued. At this point, yes, they have maximum loss bonus, but they haven't planted in 2 rounds, meaning they get $3,400 per player. They're all hovering just under $4,000. It has to be a partial buy, really. They can't apply any more pressure. And this is the chance of Mousesports to actually build up that reservoir of cash now. The auto shotgun comes in for Carrigan. It's actually a great little purchase considering the round is coming up next. And that's a nice shot from Voxic. Really enjoying what he's putting down right now. So precise, so fast.
He was presented 2 targets, and that's like an AWPer's nightmare, right? You end up just kind of faffing between the 2 of them.
Splitting the difference.
But he chose a target so damn quick.
So the auto shotgun, you don't see it too often, but on Nuke it does make a few appearances from time to time.
Yeah, shout out to Boomich. I just love it when he picks that one up. And Carrigan's doing exactly what the Na'Vi in-game leader does with it. Close quarters, and Tarek, he's about to present the first. Oh, good opportunity. Carrigan takes a little too long to find the first, and so he will go down. Damage inflicted into the others, and his teammates doing all their hard work. Oh, wow. Frozen doesn't let go of W.
Carrigan helps him out there with a bit of damage, means the USP can get a single headshot kill. 3 versus 2 as Ethan pulls one back. Chris J, though, spots Surf from above, and that should be the round completed. Ethan has to reload the Krieg. It's so awkward.
He had a Krieg with no bullets and a CZ with no bullets. That's a recipe for disaster.
That's the IKEA pistol. You've got to build it yourself, Alex.
Oh, that's brilliant.
Yeah, it's good, isn't it?
Yeah, and especially because the Swedes are really good at it.
Exactly.
Oh.
That is a line from back in the day. I have used that about 4 years ago when Fnatic were the best team, but I just thought I'd bring it back.
Oh, you didn't have to spoil it for me, man. I mean, you know what? I think there's a rule. Past a year,
sure.
It's completely free game. And 6-0, this not looking like a free game for EG. Woxic has been a pillar of consistency outside for now, but the smokes are there, and Stan is too. They'll be crossing to Secret and providing that lower presence that does put pressure on the CTs. You can see immediately Frozen will rotate down the vents.
Well, down he goes. It's quick access from the T side here, but the Molotov will give up Stan's position. Doesn't have the element of stealth on his side anymore. Position towards the ramp. Christian, I think, is boosted in that position. You see this about once a half. If they go towards it, it's very difficult to flush out, but you need a bit of backup to actually bait you in somewhat. Are they going to check this one? We'll see. Chris J up above, and he doesn't make a clean kill initially, but there's the second. Looking for a third now. Can he find it? He'll drop down, and it still is an equal trade. Did a decent job there. Not as
spectacular.
Pretty like, yeah.
Yeah. Robs, he makes up for it. Quick catch onto Stan, they knew he was coming eventually. Just like that, Carrigan gives him the advantage back, takes the push, wanted the info. Robs, my God, he has got that robotic aim in the game today. 2 with that, and a third as well. I don't even think he needed to reload.
Damn, son. That was absolutely wild from Robs. It looked like that was the access point to the round. He was stuck in the vents, he had to swing out, and somehow has the presence of mind to preemptively fire towards that squeaky door position, but he doesn't miss a beat. That's unbelievably good. Here's Robs kicking off the round here. The AK-47 looking absolutely brutal. What did the third kill look like? Waiting toward that squeaky door position. Bomb down. Oh, there's no one stopping him right now.
Yeah, he still had 15 bullets left. He was comfortable. And so are Mousesports. Wow, coming into Nuke, a third map after being so close to 2-0ing. And Chris J draws blood early. Breezy, you wanted to catch an advantage. Look at that, just a sea of flame towards the top site. And Chris J wants to twist the knife. He continues his advance, and Stan caught unawares, bomb loose. Mousesports, they are taking these fights, and they're so comfortable in them at the moment. Ethan, he's not much he can do now. Half health with a CZ75. Mission accomplished. Oh, Woxic, that's a bit of a weird one. He will finish him off. God damn, Robs.
Just the taps coming through.
This is, I mean, the come-up story of Robs is one of my favorites. And if you haven't seen I think it was the Face It Major, fantastic documentary.
Oh yeah, that's a good
Really, really good to shed some light on the player and his growth and his grind. He was visiting his mother's office just to grind out FPL for the internet connection. I mean, that's it. And now, with the Estonian flag on his jersey, he finds himself with a solid lead in the third map to secure a semi-final bout versus the Great Danes of Astralis waiting. And Tarek, he makes us wait a little longer for the next round. He does catch the first, but box it close quarters, easy peasy. An 8th for Mouse. EG yet to get off the starting mark. This is going to be harrowing. Haven't seen the timeout necessarily. Perhaps it's time to just take a breather.
I think that would be the round to do it right here in number 9. They're going to bring out the AWP for Cirque for the first time as well. They have had some decent approaches here. It's not like they're playing a bad game necessarily. Just when they get this advantage, Ross just goes absolutely berserk on them. AK in his hands is just looking like a thing of beauty. As we get into the round, number 9 is not going to be a pause at all here. Cirque with no utility, but he does have the sniper heading towards Squeaky Door. Presumably going to look towards main entrance, and there is a positioned player there. Tarek needs to fend off Chris J, who's been so good at forcing the issue here. Here's the pin pulled on the flash, and he's going to sit in that smoke for now, allow players to go past him, which they have.
He can do a lot here, Tarek. Expecting it, but dealt with. Chris J now maneuvering around that smoke. He's going to... Oh! He's going to be kept safe. Woxic arrives outside. Now he has his eyes towards Silo, which is where the trade would have come from, but Ethan's forced to cower. Yep. He cannot commit.
They've fallen back as well. A perfect approach there. I don't know how Chris J survives that one, but Robs, I'm not surprised at that. He continues his domination towards the ramp room. It's going to be a 5 versus 2. Need to keep the money strong here on the CT side. Sure, they've won 8 rounds in a row, but the rounds have been contested. Need to keep all 5 up if they can possibly help it. It will be Ethan still on the silo for now. Dropping down. And another shot from Robs.
You cannot enter ramp room. It's not ramp room, it's Rob's room. You can't go near it. He's got the door closed. He's got his edgy stickers on it. No parents, keep out.
Gaming in process.
Gaming in progress.
World-class gaming. That's unbelievable. Well, there we go. Another round slips by the wayside for EG. And this time they will take a tactical timeout by the sounds of things here. But still, no bomb planted. Maximum loss bonus only get you so far on the T side. They've got about $3,500 per player. At the very top end is Breezy with 4,100. So CZ's, Mac 10's, more of the same, to be honest with you. They need to find something here. Any round will do at this point. So what's the choice? The defaults aren't working out for them. Haven't had a plan in a while, and Chris J just absolutely destroying them here. This is the moment he should have gone down, but his teammate, Voxic, saves the day. Guarantees the round, and Robs, a couple of kills towards ramp. The second was just wonderful. Cirque had no chance. He had the AWP, bear in mind, as well.
Yeah, 12 frags for Robs in just 9 rounds of play. And I think that his presence in ramp and his constant successes there have made EG's T side look a little flimsy. I mean,
yes.
They keep trying, posturing, and into the round we go, and into the push. And into the bloodshed go EG. There's nothing they could do about that.
Yeah, went for the squeaky door rush, but this being sprayed through the smoke continuously here. Chris J and Frozen working in tandem. They haven't even taken any damage yet, Alex. It's a 5-on-1 once again, and it's another clean sweep as they find double digits here on the CT side of Nuke. In our quarterfinal, it looks like EG might have run out of steam here.
Who would win in a battle, an evil genius or 5 mice? Well,
we might have our answer soon.
Yeah, it seems that way. I'm not going to lie, Henry, when I saw EG find that mojo towards the closing stages into overtime of Inferno, to see them win it,
good, right?
I was concerned that Mousesports wouldn't be able to keep it up, but they have done more than that. They've exceeded all expectations. This defense has been infallible.
Well, towards outside we go, looking for the wall of smokes here. They'll boost towards T-Red here. Cirque 4 and 10 right now. Difficult to really come online in the T side of the AWP. It's valuable for opening picks. This would be one of them. And there is a player there. Misses the shot, unfortunately. A very difficult one, admittedly.
Another chance, another miss. What is Rops up to? Does tuck himself in towards the box, and that's a lot of presence. You can't push towards heaven, can't try and flush Chris J out. With Rops holding that line and Circle, it's another very difficult shot. The tip of a CT's head.
Smoke deployed by Rops, though, trying to get out of this sticky situation he's found himself in. He's created a wall, and Chris J's created a mess of Tarek. And will be a reply from Cirque. Finally lands a shot, but still with the man advantage is Mousesports. A minute on the clock, and It looks like a bit of a brawl towards outside. All tactics have been thrown out the window here, and the bomb's down towards CT spawn here. How do they possibly recover this and then go and plant as well?
I mean, this round looks lost. Chris J, he's the one to find the frags, but it was him and Rops in tandem that worked so well. Good frag from Breezy, there we go. A stabilization, but with 35 seconds, there has to be some improvisation. Stan will be able to retrieve that bomb with the additional frag of Cirque. But with 25 seconds, what's the call? Breezy pushed up nicely here. He can catch Woxic, but it does seem like he's got his eye pressed to the scope, and timing could favor him. It certainly doesn't favor EG at this point in time. Look at that. 15 seconds, no access to the top site. Breezy is in hut. Woxic has the frag, and the bomb is not going to go down. Oh, he makes it look like a shotgun. 5 seconds, there's nothing Cirque can do.
No.
Another round for Mouse and Woxic. How does he use that AWP so effectively? Any range, any opponent. And it seems that Evil Geniuses, oh, look at the stats. This whole series, it has been an EG lead in opening, even though Mouse Sports were managing to take the lead, both Train and Inferno, but 91%, if my eyes don't deceive me. Let's see that from Woxic. This second frag.
You could see the scramble from Stanislav there. He's got to make a decision. Do I plant the bomb with 7 seconds remaining, or do I just take the bullet? What can I do at this possible moment as they have to take another partial buy into round number 12? A couple of Galils and CZs, 11-0 down here in the third and final map. Mouse Sports are looking so good right now. Every individual just shining so brightly. Making the way through main entrance over Carrigan, the first kill. Looking for the second, nails it. Can he get the 3K? He absolutely can. It's an absolute massacre in the upper bomb site. EG just can't get anything going here whatsoever. The money's out of control on the CT side. $16,000 for Woxic, and he deserves every single penny.
Where were you when EG was killed? 12-0 Carrigan. They come around the corner. That's a close quarters fight with the CZ75. It doesn't get much better than that. Carrigan was flashed, still adjusts in time, and a multi-kill. Brings home yet another round for Mouse Sports, a goose egg, 0 for EG. Coming into the closing stages of their attack, and Chris J, oh, he just wants to throw a spanner in the works. He gets the timing right here. Chris J and Smokes, not always successful, but the timing could favor him here. Carrigan responsible for the other side. Woxic alongside Rops for the ramp hold. This looks promising for EG. He's going to get caught with a nade in his hands, and Carrigan does go down. Advantage to EG. One of the few opening kills, but look what follows. 3 in quick succession as they descend into ramp. From behind, they look to strike. Tarek and Stan make it just Stan. He's the last man. Bomb available, but no frags for him. Mouse Sports, 13-0. They are sprinting towards the finish line.
No plant once again. Another full buy falls apart here for EG. They managed to get towards Secret. They're going for a lower split, trying to throw everything but the kitchen sink at Mouse Sports right now. They got towards Ramprom. It seemed like there was control, but all of a sudden a flurry of frags come through. The bomb gets dropped, and then in recovery mode once again. They're going to buy. They need at least 2 rounds here. They're going to have to go Galils, AK-47. A 16-0 is on the cards at this point with the money in such a difficult position for the T side.
Odinson loves it. Putting their hands together. It doesn't matter if it's a FaZe jersey or a Mouse. Carrigan here on his home soil definitely has besotted the crowd. Impressed them as well here on our third map. Frozen will be tucking in towards the CT vent. The push is coming in, he'll extinguish. And already blood drawn, more than that, a double kill. The multi-kills, they keep on coming, and always in favor of Mouse. EG, they went to the drawing board and they just found push straight into the claws of Mouse.
It's done.
It's
got to be, right? They just had to invest everything they had, and it hasn't yielded even a plant once again. Cirque with 30 HP, another fast approach here, completely removed by Mouse Sports. They have no problem at all fending off this aggression.
I wonder how many words have been spoken over the last couple of rounds for EG.
Not many, I'd imagine.
Silenced.
Morale in the absolute bin. 14-0 down. You've got 1 round left. They were aiming for a 13-2. Hasn't worked out whatsoever. They're going to have $3,400 again.
So, please, that topside rush has clearly not been working. We've seen Breezy, of course, investigating early. The Molotovs, the spray, the crossfires from Mouse Sports. That topside just is inaccessible. Rops early, he made sure that they realized that ramp was not an option. A cheeky boost of Chris J. They just realized that that's just not working out for them.
This is the problem. Everyone's just peaking on Mouse Sports right now. Chris J's owning them outside. Rops isn't missing a bullet at ramp.
Voxic
Carrigan-
earlier.
Yeah, Voxic earlier as well, the AWP. Got Carrigan, who somehow seems to be getting himself out of impossible scenarios time and time again. It looks like they've outpositioned him, outflanked him, flashed him, everything. And still, they find all the kills required. 14-0. Almost guaranteed a spot in the semi-finals at this point. If they get the full clean sweep there at 15-0, it'll be pretty historic in a quarterfinal.
Yeah, I wonder how many you get of those. Quarterfinal 16-0s.
And a stacked tournament as well. EG didn't want to go out like this. The first map was troublesome, that's for sure, but they came back to life on Inferno. But they've dropped dead on Nuke.
At the hands of Mouse Sports, all hitting their peak. He's 17-4, and you can see that in his stance right now. He's playing right in front of that smoke, but timing favors him. He is allowed to escape. Tarek didn't pull the trigger. Now descending fast on the hunt. And already burning Tarek down, 1 for 1. They just want to stop that 16-0. For now, this is just for pride. EG, they do descend to the lower site. Frozen will be flashed off, and so the bomb and the players are all in the right place, but it comes down to the frags, and that's been always favoring Mouse. It continues to do so. Another one! Frozen as the door opens, and it seems like Mouse, they're going to close it for EG. Cirque's gone too. 15-0! Ladies and gentlemen, you do not see this every day.
What a time to peak in the tournament. The third and final map here in the quarterfinal. It's a rare 15-0 on the CT side of Nuke. Surely it's all said and done. I have no idea what EG can do, but we'll find out after this break.
Now I'm trying to rewind, 'cause lately I've been feeling kinda hazy, like I'm stuck in a daydream, and you're not here to save me. Down and out, I hit the floor. All is fair in love and war, but I can't do this anymore. No, no. Don't take me to a place I know, somewhere I can feel my soul. Lately I'm skin and bone, so hollow. I've never felt so alone. Need you more than you know, 'cause baby, you feel like home. I've been reminiscing the late nights. We'd fall in love in the moonlight, then wake up at sunrise. Now I'm just thinking that we should go back to when we were, hold each other and feel good. Down and out, I hit the floor. All is fair in love and war, but I can't do this anymore. No, no. Don't take me to a place I know, somewhere I can feel my soul. Lately I'm skin and bone, so hollow. I've never felt so alone. Need you more than you know, 'cause baby, you feel like home.
It's the final map of our final semi-final, and EG versus Mousesports. There are just one step, one round away from a semi-final versus Astralis. The quarters continue. Machine joined by Henry G and Mousesports. 15-0 history.
Maybe not for long, Alex.
Being written. We could be a short-lived second half here.
Yeah, you're dead on here, and we get into what could be the final round of the day. Mousesports just need one. I haven't casted a 15-0 in some time, especially at this level as well. On the big stage, you just don't expect it. After EG, the resurgence on Inferno, you would thought they would be coming in here all guns blazing, but now one round separates them from elimination for the tournament. Karrigan sneaks down the vents. They've got ramp control as well. Everything looking good for Mousesports. EG, have they just given up? Have they even got anyone towards lower at this point? Just one player, that's Stan.
It doesn't look like it at all. Access to the lower site, that's a dream. The bomb yet to be planted now. Corrected. Not like this. Still no blood drawn. The duel not going to be won, but Cirque does draw blood first. EG, another frag, another chance. Just 3 remain to stop that 16-0, but once it. Asta's frozen! Surely not like this! They're defusing. No, they're not. Cirque stop it, and Mouse have done it! 16-0! 16 rounds of play, and not a single round goes the way of the North Americans. Exceptional from the international roster.
All 5 players looked like they were peaking to the absolute best of their ability at that point. I've never seen anything like it. Every position was shut down. You can't really focus on the negatives here for EG. You want to really just focus on the absolute positives. Everyone looking like they were unstoppable on the Mousesports side. They had a solid game plan of the CT forces. Every position just under lock and key, Alex. Nothing could be done.
Oh, that's hot.
Let's go watch the CSGO rewind.
Cool, right? Want to know where I got it? Well, look, go to cs.money. It's a trade platform and a marketplace at the same time. Just choose, click, and get.
I worked all year long for all these clips for you guys. All this content. I got 6 seconds of airtime in that whole video. Honestly, he must have something against me.
Oh! Here's to decide who the rings out first.
No way! He's had enough. He's gonna keep going through it. He doesn't really care, does he?
It's 4 here again!
Oh!
He wants them all! Get him out of here! That is world-class, sick Counter-Strike.
Just a little bit further back. Dear Lord, Stewie! Oh, what? No, that's not allowed.
Oh my God! What the hell was that? What in the blazes was that?
Good luck, and we'll see you on the other side.
What?
We'll see you on the other side, no worries.
You were kind of bad-mouthing Virtus Pro.
Yeah, honestly, I just think this is like the annual fluke round from Virtus Pro. It is last year. Now here we go again.
You got to give him some credit, though, surely.
You're just a Virtus Pro fanboy, all right.
Come on, can we get security up here? Like, I don't know if I like your attitude right now. We got to get rid of you on this desk. Thank you.
Oh,
it's good to have someone competent here. Thank you so much, security.
Hello, gentlemen.
Everything is going the way of Cloud9. Suddenly Guardian again versus 4. This is unbelievable. Oh, he was so close to that. That would have been a huge frag for him. They know where he is. There's a potential flank. The longer this goes on, the worse the situation. He just got 2 plays once again. There's the third! Guardian, what is going on? Rush with 5 HP. The Molotov could be everything. He goes, the last play was towards Ivy. Guardian looking for the ace. Oh my God! This is ridiculous. Let's go.
Left alone now, 3 versus 1. Surely this is where we see him get around on the board. If he gets the bomb denied here, oh my goodness. He actually has a chance here. This is unbelievable. 1 versus 1 now! That is so sick from Sergey.
Let's head back to the desk and wrap this show up.
Yes, wrapping it up just like he's going to be wrapping it up there in his room, of course, underneath the covers. It's going to be one of those sort of thing. Yeah, I mean, I don't know what you guys pre-verts over here. Anyway.
So what did you take from that match?
Well,
They are legends for the first time.
Renegades have been struggling for a couple of years now.
He is waiting for as many terrorists to push past him as possible, but in doing so, he's baiting the rest of his teammates. Can he feasibly stop this from getting done? Oh, he's picked up two, looking for a third Lancet onto the bench as well. Can't get the fourth, as Mages does, but there's Forest. I thought Rez had baited too hard, but he pulls it back.
Please welcome to the stage, it's ENCE!
But all this does is serve to allow Alexi to come out from jungle. Watch it, because he's got the lineup simple. He doesn't have the time. He's got to go to the AK and get the kill. This guy is on another level. He's going to have time to put the bomb down. And X7, he knows he's in rotation to flash out. He's got the information. He's got just enough. He goes back to the AWP. But is that what's going to cost him? It is. It is going to cost him. But ENCE is going to deny. The Finns, the kings of candidates. They're through! Welcome to the big stage!
What a story, Matt. You couldn't write this stuff if you tried. ENCE came in as an underdog to this tournament at best. They've now booked himself a place in the grand finals.
His own gun, I think, blocked the vision, and now Xyp9x knows that they're working in one above. Oh, he's the lamb, and ENCE the slaughter, because it's Xyp9x that's gonna hold it off. And it's done. They had one goal. That's it. That's all they wanted. Back to back. And they've got it now.
Astralis boring team.
We are witnessing right now the first steps of a potential Liquid era. Winning Sydney against Fnatic, winning Dallas against ENCE, now these ESL Pro League Season 9 finalists against G2 is absolutely insane.
Wait, he's going to line up both.
He's going for the star play here.
He needs to make sure he has the lineup, though. That's the hard part. Oh, no! Oh, no!
Vital, you f***ed me. You f***ed me up, Vital.
And Elise has to play this to perfection. Tap on the ball, spray through, 8 HP, and Alex is forced to move, forced to get away, and the smoke's still down. Elise knows he's nowhere else. He has to be there. He is so smart. Intel Grand Slam, Team Liquid.
Liaz, though, is in a strong position through the smoke. They've got to go together. He finds 2-3. Liaz hasn't got any more of him. 4. He's pulling out for another weapon. He's going to get the ace in the apartments on his own. The Deagle continues. Esperanto. No! No! I cannot believe he's just done that.
Trying to see if they can end this map right here, right now. Cirque covering for the flank, tearing down on the low ground. Another kill for Cirque, and no one defusing the bomb yet. He sees one, he flicks, he gets the kill. Now a quad, can he save it? Can he get the double OT? Cirque, you've got to be kidding me. He takes down every single one. An absolutely magnificent play.
Tarek's still at the back of the slide. He hasn't moved an inch, he hasn't budged a muscle. He's in the smoke. He is trying his best to repel this push. They're not going to check him. Oh my god!
Hey, we made it. 1 second so far, guys. Keep the seconds counting. So far, I'm in 1 second.
Hey, what's going on? Come on.
Oh,
yeah. I'm getting out. Get out. Did you just walk through that curtain?
Oh, what is this? There's liquid inside the shoe. What is coming next? What's coming next? This is outrageous. Absolutely. The daring pick is nuke here. Is to say, listen, forget everything.
Oh my god. Oh, it's happened, the curveball.
They've gone and done it, right?
A new addition to the map pool, Vertigo, and it's here in the quarterfinal.
Is it game time?
It's game time, boys.
Currently, no kid has been picked up. They need to find a way to get these kills and get on that bomb very quickly. And now it's all falling apart. Oh, no! Oh, my Lord! Astralis win the major in Berlin!
Oh my goodness, Freiburg. I like that.
Love it.
Such a round.
Carrigan, and it's Mouse Sports. I'm trying to shake your hand, leaving me hanging.
Oh, he goes down, and Nitro's gone as well. And Twist in the corner, there should be no way out. My God, how has he done it? Picking up a quick triple, and he's gonna win the round. Absolutely godlike.
And now position known. Great anticipation of Fallen's peak. Sees the player on the train and knows there's another in the office. He's just dancing around the ladder. He's being pinched though. There is a second player in Taco trying to find him. 10 seconds in Olu? Are you kidding me? This would be the 1v4.
Did you hear him?
Did Cold Zera get hidden?
Yep, he did.
Oh my God!
Well, it's pulled everyone away from Stewie. He's the only one here. First shot is his, second shot is his, bomb is his as well, and he's got another one. Stewie just tears them all down. It's Stewie.
And this will be a great lineup play. With a drop of great kills. Oh my God! Every single one lined in the buff. What is going on?
Good mood and everything was going really well. We just need to play better.
Well, thank you so much for talking to me, Sonny. Really appreciate it, and I will see you very soon.
Yep, you know what? See you guys later. I'm out.
But I think it needs more at least, but what and how, I can't really give a straight up answer on that.
Taco, do you want to chime in?
Oh, nice pop from Benton. He'll leave the second one, but still get a kill. Still alive by the sandbags. He's got no help. He's going to put Newton! Benton, what the hell is this? Is he going to get the ace? He's so close. How is he still alive? Rock running out, but it's Benton. What are you doing? What in the blazes is that? Zera's the first one. They're going to wrap around a short position. So far, so good. Only Keisarato's facing, so Yuri's baiting his teammate. So, oh, that's disgusting from Keisarato. How is this turning around? His teammate's still just waiting there. He gets taken out. Keisarato will deliver all the kills. What a ridiculous ace.
Oh my God! The player jumps straight into a bomb planted. Simple yet again misses the shot this time. Oh, and he turns around. How does Simple win these? How does he do it every single time? 14 seconds, they've got to get out. Simple gets only one in return. And he goes away from default because he doesn't want to get naded. He also knows there's a flank, and he also knows he needs position. Whoa! He actually gets the first one. He's got a chance. He knows Alu's up close, and he sneaks around. Oh, that's what we like from Simple.
Wow. Magic tricks. Where did it go, Harry?
This is unbelievably tense. 25 seconds left. If Bone show up, they could. If she fights them, if she wins this battle, she's going to take down one. Stunner's low on health on the other side. 16 seconds. Now, they need to remind her. She walks right into. Oh, she's done it! Makes it work, and that's a victory.
First shot for him, successful, and he'll shut the door in Broky's face. Yes. After you, no, after me. After Dupree. Brocky down with a shot to the dome as Nico pulling back, but they continue to fall shy.
I love it. Well, that's the piss around confirmed. They can't even get through the squeaky door. Oh no, not like that. At least let them leave with some dignity here. Glaive just locking the door, slamming it in their face. You're not going to let them through. So there we have him. Roasted some marshmallows to front, that's good.
Not bad. Also, they take it down early. Oh my God. Hold on.
Okay,
that's exactly what they did.
I think I like this better than the shoey.
Channel all of your buckets inward to this young man, and we're going to channel our focus as best as we possibly can. Oh my goodness. This is a new wild record. Get Giddens on the phone. It looks like we've broken it.
Dropping the nukes as you will. That's what we're going to be doing on the desk because it's time to head on down to Nuketown. And I'm not talking about that other FPS. We're talking about real esports around here.
Elite hasn't got a single frag to show for himself here on Dust 2. But he's going to be pressured, naded, shot at, they're defusing. He's going to get on three. Elite finds the fall for Liquid. 1 versus 3.
It'll be Elise to try and fight them 1 versus 4, and he's got the first kill. The bomb is right there, so that's right, the only thing going for him. One more headshot. They're going to fight them. Oh my God! Elise!
Nice splash, and even better kill. Oh, no! He gets the ace with 2 collaterals. That is just nasty.
First kill comes in. There still is a chance at low HP. It has to come in right now, though. Chris J has the frag. It's going to be boxing. They have a chance. They can actually do it.
Chris J's jumping. It could be a problem. Elite stabilizing. Surely. Oh! Woxic's an animal. He does not want to lose. 32 frags as he gets a smoke onto the bomb. Where is he? Nitro's gonna have to try and stop this bomb. He faked it. Boxing from behind, he misses the nose, goes down to the P250. Time's a problem, he's off on the bomb. He has the kit. Nitro's gonna spray. He's gonna spray. No! Oh, he's done it! With a flash underneath! They will not go down! Mouse Sports have another chance!
It's all on NAF. Ice in his veins. Can he handle this heat? Bomb is tapped. Not planted for him. He's got it down to the 1v1. Zipex could very well clutch this if he sticks it. No way! Incredible!
It looks like there isn't a whole lot to say but a knife round. What side do you want to start on?
Doesn't matter, honestly.
Cool. Well, then you go ahead and you get that knife round going, man. Bye. Why are you guys laughing anyway? I don't know. You just kind of left me for a loop right there.
I don't know. I'm dying, bro. I don't know what was going on there, but that was great. That was a great ending.
And there's a shot that just runs right into him. Oh my God! No way that just happened.
Nitro slamming down the gauntlet. And
And now it's Letney. Oh, device! A miraculous shot.
Finds the angle onto Olaf and the info on the other one. Surely not a 1v3 from Flusher. Ray plays the waiting game. You can see through the walls, I swear. Oh! Flusher No. Shot on Tarek with the scout.
Oh no! What on earth is going on? Oh, wow.
Even he's surprised.
What a god name's going on?
he's got a lot of work to do here, but they have got time to work with. There we go. Drive
Mid-air. He's waiting for it. Timing is everything. He's going. Oh! It can't be real. Now, he's still in play in this round. On the other side is Rain, and he wants more. Naf, have you no mercy? He's gonna pick up an ace in the round.
E quem tá vivo é Fênix, vai marotando, deu o drible, meu Deus! Que isso? Oh my God, que o Nex fez? Que isso, Vidão?
Flashing in, trying to overwhelm Christian. Oh, come on, not like this. Not like this.
Look at this. It's a headshot, it's a Glock, and it's on burst! Oh, he's bamboozled himself.
Now with a 1 HP running his way towards the bomb site, and he kills himself. What a way to end that. 16-7. Oh no! He has done it! Coldzera has fallen! The first player to fall on land.
Map point looking to be confirmed.
Oh no,
Nitro nearly got knifed. Simple, of course, trying to push it through. Stewie, he taps on Azu's pistol as well. He's in the open. Stewie's got another pistol. The knife does cost them, and Liquid take the game in overtime.
They had the game in the palm of their hand, man. They threw it in the trash. Simple in a 3-on-1, going for that knife attempt. A map point has cost them their map pick in a best of 3 against #1 in the world.
As they start the probe towards the side, looks like they're absolutely going for it, but no grenades available.
He had a chance, he had a shot, and now he's been punished!
If Kerrigan decides to check this from above, which I think he will, he could get this gun. There is a player cat though. Oh no! He hasn't done it! He's been killed! No, not like this. You really hate to see it. I don't know how else to sum that up other than a feels bad man.
"47 kills in the course of the game on Dust 2. Crims breaks every land record and still loses.
Yeah. And now the moment has come where you lift a trophy. Talk to me about what the naysayers would say. The ones that doubted you, what do you say about them? The people that have doubted you.
Yeah, there's a lot of people that have been doubting us.
If it wasn't for that double kill from Shox, triple kill make that beautiful round on the defense.
Wow.
Wait,
He's the only one with the kit. What are they doing? They're not finding the bomb. No.
No one's
no,
defusing.
no.
Oh,
there could be
please God.
absolutely no way.
This can't be real. Oh,
no, G2.
Holy sh**.
This can't be real.
How have they done that?
No.
won't see that every
We've seen
day.
ninja diffusers. I've never seen a ninja bomb plant ever in my life before.
Oh, I can't believe they all left.
A ninja bomb plant.
How many viewers you got?
I don't know. So I don't know. This is Flom's stream, right?
Oh, it's Flom's
Yeah,
stream.
it is. So we could.
I'm doing it. I'm doing this for you. I thought this was for Blast, dude.
No, it's a Blast stream.
I'm gonna let him do his thing.
And I still have no closer.
That's all I get, Vital.
Hey, what's up, man? All good. Get in, what you playing?
Is he up in heaven?
No, it's fun. I got him.
Hey, that's 25% way down, right?
Ah! Why? Why are you doing this to me? Why are you doing this to me, dude?
Are you excited for NiP versus Liquid?
Heck yeah, I'm super excited. I put on my new skin right here.
Because he can be such a powerful entry.
You need what? Sorry.
Yeah?
Carry on.
I don't know what to do. I don't know how to interact with this guy, yeah.
Yeah. You want to get it?
Get Lil Momo out of my house! Oh, y'all want the major? Is that what y'all want? Well, damn. There it is.
He's straight from the serve.
Yeah, I love it.
Trying to get that showmanship. Oh, that is not blowing my mind, I'll tell you that now. Oh, they're gonna be awkward!
Oh, you can see those boxes being deployed.
Oh, no.
Johnny, no, not like this, no, get back, get back, get back, no!
Get away.
No! Not like this!
Oh, dear.
No! He can't get back up, Jason!
Oh,
he can't find it, he's getting, oh! It's, there he's done it! He survived! He avoids the humiliation of the crater, but he goes into a headshot! It's Sonic, 2-1!
It doesn't make any sense.
Oh, here it is, here it is.
Here we go, yeehaw! Yeah, that's pretty good. Pretty nice, pretty nice.
You feeling more comfortable at day 3?
I mean, I'm kind of a guy, I have to be comfortable to play good. If I'm not feeling, oh, who was here?
No sports are gonna do it with a coach and with a stand-in! Oh, I can't believe it! That's the whole feeling, this digital duck. There you go, he's gonna love that.
And for us, that is sayonara. That is good night. That is buenas
Subscribe.
noches. We will see everybody at the next CS Summit. Thank you for joining us. We'll see you there.
Bye.
All the players here, they committed their entire lives to be here this week and be the best version of themselves. Because this is a feeling that nobody can give you. You have to fight for it. You have to earn it. You have to put your life towards achieving that goal. And you have to make sacrifices.
Emotionally for you right now, you must be going through absolutely everything.
Yeah, it's very unreal. I came into this tournament with my father. Yeah, he passed away just before I got here, and his last wish was that I went here, and so I really want to dedicate this win to my father.
Mate, come on.
Well, I've been in NiP for 7 years soon. I don't know what my future is in the team. I feel personally I don't want to give up on playing. I feel like I'm not even done as a player. I want to show everyone once again that I want to keep playing or whatnot.
Forget the match. Forget the match. It's done. It's dusted. Is this the last time we'll see you at the Lanxess? No. So you're not retiring?
Well, that is the non-VP fan section. That's the VP fan
That is the
section.
VP fan section. There's a big difference between the two sides of the arena.
Look at him. This is brilliant.
This is everything for me. This is my life. This is not a hobby. We travel all the year and you miss family, you miss your friends. This is all we do and therefore I also put so much emotions into it because it means a lot for me to win and that's everything I want to.
Starting to look very limited. Crims, however, onto Alex. That's the main frag and down. They are on ramp and hang on. He can hold them. He's on the defuse. Complete the Cinderella story. Live from Sweden.
Does Breezy actually get a plant?
Oh no, the Kriegs are coming.
The Kriegs are coming.
Oh, wait! Maybe more!
No way. Oh my goodness.
That is just remarkable. Anyone's wildest dreams there.
Take this fight again. It's Krieg versus Zorb and precise as always. It was 6 in a row. He's got 2 in a row. 4. Zack jumps into the jaws and Watstick. He's so damn hungry here. He's had his dinner. It doesn't matter where they come from.
Frozen doing what he can. 5 seconds to go. He's going to get the bomb down. It's going to get the bomb down. Oh, what the hell is that? What the hell is that from Frozen? That doesn't make any sense.
Visor's had a really rough game. Flashed. He's going to get that shot. And it has to feel a little bit going out middle of the air to take down Alex. And now they're pushing. Oh! He's going to be kidding me. He takes every single one.
4 majors in total. 3 in a row. The first to do that. A quiet start to the year, but a loud statement to every Counter-Strike team in the scene. Berlin, one more time, your start at a major champions, Astralis!